It seems to have worked. Possibly, maybe. Possibly, maybe, possibly. We're gonna give it a shot. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. That's way too loud. That's far too loud. I apologize. Y'all just got ambushed by that. By Bionicle music. I mean, there are worse things in this world to be... there's the worst things in the world to be ambushed by, but, you know, it happens. Sorry, folks. Small item I had to deal with real quick. But now it's dealt with, so... And I'm probably here to stay for a little while. Unless the internet decides to be bad again, or, you know, I don't know, something else, some other natural disaster occurs. We shall see. Hunter Tavares was not aware until this moment that Bionicle music existed. I play Bionicle music on my streams all the time, my guy. The Bionicle games, because there are a number of video games, number of web-specific video games, like Flash games and stuff. Some of them were really sophisticated. This is from Mata Nui Online Game 2, which is essentially a full-length point-and-click video game. What else? What else? There's also just kind of animated stuff that was done. It was kind of like animated Flash cartoons were done using the stuff that was established for some of those Bionicle Online games and stuff. Several retail video games. I guess technically there were movies too, though I couldn't hum a single track from any of the movies. It's the video games was generally where the cool music was at. Several guys who did a bunch of work for like Lego Flash game, like a couple of like companies that produced a bunch of those. The composer for them, I forget the guy's name, but he did a bunch of really good work on some of those Lego games. What kind of Bionicle? I don't have any music from Heroes in here. I've only got stuff from Mata Nui Online Game 2 and from Bionicle the Game, which was the first retail game. Which is not a great game, but it has some decent music. Well, now it's hovering in those nice, comfortable 4,000s. The only reason we started, and I played Final Fantasy Victory music, was because it stayed locked hard. Stayed locked hard in between 4,100 and 4,200. Stayed there for 4 minutes before I started streaming for you guys. Then we just went through, what was that, a 5-minute bout where it could not get above 200 kilobytes per second. Give me just a moment. I'm going to try something. Can I change this to studio mode or whatever? Oh, there it is. Idiot. Literally says we've dropped 21% of the stream, and it's counted drop frames, so I'm sure it's actually more than that. But whatever. Funny. Funny! Funny, funny guy. Funny, funny, funny guy. While I'm fiddling with a couple of things, I'll turn this on. Yep, there it drops again. There it goes. Dropping like flies again. My trusty steed. Might work. Kind of. We're gonna do something a little bit different. Hold on, I'm gonna make a little bit of work here. Just 1 second here. Make some changes real fast to what we're doing. Alrighty, folks, the 19 of you who are in here, welcome to the Technical Disaster Nightmare stream, which is now officially unlisted. So only those of you who are here get to participate. Congratulations. Some of you are currently hearing me talking in the background, or you just heard me talking in the background for a second there. That's how behind the broadcast is and how much it's lagging out. I'm currently plugging in headphones so that I can monitor exactly what you guys are seeing and hearing. So I can figure out if we are at least at a level where like we can talk and you guys can hear me, but there's no decent video, or if it's just completely boggled and we should just quit. So that's what we're here to discover now. Why don't I have audio, though? What the hell is wrong with this thing? Yeah. Keck, dude. Keck, dude. This is fantastic. And there's really nothing I can do about it either. There is nothing I can do. I've done everything. I've done everything I can do. I've reset everything in my house. I've unplugged everything that would be taking up a considerable amount of bandwidth. This is just the area. And it's not even, it's like, you know, we dropped down to 0 a couple of times, and then it jumped back up to like 4,000 and hung out there for a minute, right? You guys saw it got smooth again for a little bit. It's not even doing that now. It won't even get over 1,000 kilobytes per second. For the most part, it's hovering at like 0. That's what it claims. Clearly, that can't be accurate. Now it's hanging around like 600, 800. Oh, just dove to 153. Ah, majestic, dude. Majestic. $4,000, baby. I got the juice back. We're at 4,000 again. Is this now is this replaying me? Is this replaying old bits of me now, or am I just? I'm trying to listen in on myself here, and it's not. It seems like it's playing me again. Yeah, now we're hanging out at 4,000. Hanging out at 4,000, and it's not moving. Wow. Incredible. You guys have got like 30 seconds to interact with me and ask questions, and we can talk about whatever you guys want for 30 seconds before this surely dives again, and we quit for the evening. If it stays up, then we'll stay here and talk, and we can just chat. We're not going to watch the video tonight because this is going to stay unlisted. But the people who are here, we can all talk if it stays. If it drops again and stays down again, we're just going to quit. Duroc Zero, I am not watching the new season of Amphibia yet because I'm technically not caught up on the rest of Amphibia completely. I'm looking at clips that people have uploaded to YouTube, and I watched the first 2 episodes because I'm already spoiled on everything that happens in season 2, so I wanted to know how it started out, but I'm not watching it week to week until I get completely caught up. And I don't have any time to get caught up right now. To give you guys a general idea of how busy I've been and how I've been, whatever free time I've had outside of work, I've really needed to just dedicate to not, I've just needed to not work on things. Aiden and I recorded the first discussion of Murky Blue Matter's fanfiction series. We recorded the first the discussion of the first book in August, I think. I literally did my first editing on that discussion today, which is, I think, the first time I've done YouTube editing in basically probably since August. Hunter Devera said, but it's under 5,000. It's fine. The when you're outputting 720p footage, you really 4,000 is kind of what you need anyway, so it's fine. I literally have it set. OBS is set to target 4,000 because that's what it needs for this type of output. What's the meaning of life, Crossburn? I thought maybe it would cut out right as I read your question, but it didn't. I'm not going to answer that. Sorry. It would have been a funny joke if it had worked out, but it didn't. Can we all talk about the best game ever made? 1996's Super Mario 64. Ninja Bunny, you were on some kind of Mario 64 crusade earlier. I briefly glimpsed, but I was obviously too busy trying to fix this to actually read what people were saying in chat for the most part. Complete Mystery asks, are you British? Why did I just get an ad pop? I have to hit a button to make an ad play for you guys, and I did not hit a button to make an ad play. Or did my page just refresh on its own for some reason? Bizarre. Strange. Complete Mystery asks, are you British? No, I am not British. I mean, I guess technically. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to remember where my two families are from originally. One of my families is deep back there. I want to say... No, they're not actually Scottish. That doesn't matter. I believe my ancestors on one side or the other are technically English, but that's, centuries and centuries and centuries ago. I lived in England for a number of years, though. Video said when I started watching Red Letter Media, so I finally know where ATST comes from. ATSTs. ATSTs. Yes. Rogue Juan. Making fun of fan service. Have you ever heard the wolf cry? Is this a trap video? 8 Shadow 4. Have you ever heard the wolf cry to the... What is that? What does that mean? All right, just checking. All right, got it. Okay, all right. You just want to you're making a little meme at me. All right, that's fine. I'll allow it. I'll allow minor memeing in this stream. That's okay. I find that to be generally acceptable. Legal Law Bot. So, Jacob, I remember you tweeted about how you didn't think Disney execs would recognize Sora if, for example, they were thanked for putting him in Smash. I'd actually heard from someone's friend that KH is one of the main things to look out for with marketing and whatnot, alongside with Toy Story and Tangled. What? One of the main things to look out for with marketing and whatnot, alongside with Toy Story and Tangled. I have no idea what... I have no thoughts because I don't understand your question. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're saying somebody said or what the question is. Why are we here, Jacob? Just to suffer? Asked Bobcat. That's correct. Yes, that is correct. Well, I cannot claim to relate very much to that Kazuhira Miller because he's a nutcase. He was right about some things. Any Zelda playthroughs in the far future, Jacob, says Diego RD. Currently watching Nico Bizaka to read enough time playthrough, so I was curious. I've thought about it. I have thought about it. It's a troubling matter, though. It's a troubling matter doing a Zelda playthrough. For a number of reasons. Time investment, the game that we would select, etc. A bunch of things that I would consider in the For example, Joey has not played Breath of the Wild. I really like Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild could be a cool thing to do. So here, sorry, not to distract. I bet you there's not even going to be an archive of this because in the video right now, it only displays that the stream has been going for 3 minutes and 35 seconds on the video page right now. I bet you that means that every time it does a little refresh, it's literally refreshing the entire page. I bet there's no archive of this. Hold on. I need to do a test. Sorry, I will answer your Zelda question in just a second, I promise. I just need to check something real quick. I'm curious if this has generated like 6 dozen separate archives of this stream on YouTube, because that'd be really funny. I can relate to Kaz, because like him, I also like eating burgers, and like him, I was made infertile in 1984. No, it hasn't made 17 different archives, but I bet when I generate one, it's going to be a mess. I bet it's going to be completely unintelligible. I mean, it's definitely going to be unintelligible, but I wonder if it'll generate multiple videos or if it'll generate a really short one for wherever the ending happened. That would be really funny. Oh well, hardly matters at this point. Hardly matters. Anyway, thought about doing Breath of the Wild because Joey hasn't played it, and I like Breath of the Wild quite a bit. Problem with Breath of the Wild is that it's on one hand a very streamable game, and on the other hand, the anti-streaming game. Filming it and editing it, nightmarish. The amount of time it would take would be wild. Pre-recording it would defeat the purpose of the exploration. So really the only option is to stream it. However, with Ninja Bunny, you're not going to look forward to this archive because this archive is going to be unlisted. You guys won't be able to get back to this. Maybe I'll even make it private since I've just told you I was going to do that. You guys are going to go take the URL now. So now I'll just make it private and it won't matter. So streaming is really the only viable way to me to do Breath of the Wild. However, I also feel that streaming completely ruins the vibe of Breath of the Wild. When Joshua and I played Breath of the Wild when it came out, we basically just went in a room by ourselves and played it for however long it took us to beat it. And didn't really engage. I mean, we took breaks and stuff. We did other things throughout the days, but it was just us in a room by ourselves, taking notes, talking to each other, experiencing the game. No distractions, no outside forces. Now that we've stabilized, I am going to turn music back on because the main reason I turned music off was due to the fact that it was skipping around so much that I figured that probably wasn't. I turned on music thinking maybe that'll be pleasant to have something in the back, but then I realized it's skipping so much it'll probably make the experience significantly worse for everybody. So now that it seems to be stable, at least for a little while, we will turn the music back on. Hold on one second. Alrighty, that should be fine. Alright, what was I talking about? Breath of the Wild. To me, doing streams of Breath of the Wild kind of messes with the solitary tone of playing the game. Like, if we're looking over talking with chat, that kind of messes with the whole vibe of being out in the wilderness and by yourself and camping out and whatever else, right? To me, it messes with the tone. Not that it rules that playing that out, but you know, it's an option, or rather that messes to me with what I would want a playthrough of Breath of the Wild to feel like, if that makes sense. Hold on, I'm gonna try something else real quick. Oh no, I'm not. I thought I was gonna try something else, and then I decided I wasn't. Wild. You know, it's in this life, it's up to us to make choices, isn't it? Adjusting kind of some settings in OBS for where things are placed. Anyway, I don't know anything about Fairy Tail Complete Mystery. Outside of Breath of the Wild, Josh and I both really like Ocarina. It's briefly considered to do a Wind Waker playthrough. It'd be fun with me, Joey, and Joshua, like, because we all know it, but I was like, maybe it'd be fun to do it, like, with Aiden, because she doesn't really know anything about it. But I don't think I wouldn't want to do Wind Waker without Joshua. He loves that game. I'd probably just let him play it, and Joey and I would just backseat and giggle about things. Or Aiden and I would if Aiden was in it. But there's no way we're ever gonna have time for that. There's no way we're ever gonna have time to shoot that. We're not gonna be able to get through the whole game while he's in town. It's just not gonna happen. We only had him in as much of Jedi as we did because of the pandemic. I don't know, I guess he knows the game well enough. If we really wanted to, maybe he, Joey, and I could sit down over a Christmas or summer vacation and blast through the whole thing, but I don't know if any of us would really be desperate to do that. I think if we had that opportunity, there'd probably be other things we wanted to shoot. So, I don't know. Beyond that, there really aren't a ton of other Zelda games I'd be, like, super stoked to play. Not that I dislike other ones. Those are just the only two that I've really thoroughly considered for, like, LPing purposes. No, I'm not going to play the CDI games, Cross City. Crossburn, I mean. Yeah, do Four Swords Adventure. It's a totally easy game to set up, and you would only have to have all of your schedules aligned at the same time. Exactly. Legal Lawbot, I did read your question, and I did not understand it. I don't understand what you meant by... I've actually heard from someone's friend that KH was one of the main series to look out for with marketing and whatnot alongside Toy Story and Tangled. Thoughts? I don't understand what your friend is talking about or what you're trying to explain or what your question is. Sorry. OG Skyward Sword playthrough? No thanks. No thanks. In another universe, there's a Breath of the Wild with Miiverse reaction, says Heroic Gangster. That'd be pretty funny. If you could leave Dark Souls style messages, but you can do full-blown Miiverse sketches with stickers and stuff, that would completely destroy the tone of the game. Maybe on a second playthrough. Maybe once you beat the game and you play again, then you can unlock the Miiverse messaging mode, right? It's like how in Death Stranding, like, you have to get through an area once. Like, you have to activate an area's grid to have other players, you know, interactive elements come in, right? Or else it's just you hanging out. I thought Persona 2 Eternal Punishment was the most recent Persona game. Crazy. Video City 1, I would love to see you guys play one of the LEGO games or that roller coaster game you built up. Roller coaster game we built up? Are you talking about the Legoland Lego game? The only roller coaster game I've ever played really is Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. I never really played much of 1 and 2. We've talked about playing the Lego Star Wars games in the past on this show. We've discussed that as a real possibility of something to do. Hold on. I've decided something. I've made a decision. Hold on. Okay. There. I'm just going to do that. So we can still have the full timeline, but chat still shows up. Yeah, that's fine. I'll leave it like that. We've talked about possibly doing the Lego Star Wars games at some point. That was for ages ago. Joey and I talked about streaming that. That'd be a fun time, but just other things to do. Too many items on the docket. I mean, you guys know how infrequently we do this kind of stuff. We don't have time. I mean, it's been like, what, 3 weeks since Joey and I streamed Psychonauts? Or something like that, right? 4 weeks. Pardon me. September 23rd was the last time we streamed Psychonauts. Yeah, so exactly a month ago. And that's probably going to take us another 2 or 3 streams to finish that game. 2 or 3s. That's generous. Yeah, it's going to take another 4 streams to beat that game, probably. I still have Gravity Rush to play as well at some point. Tons of other stuff on the docket. We haven't recorded a research log in like 2 months. You know, a million things we want to do, just ain't gonna happen. That one big loud horn note at the beginning of that song gave me Civ 6 PTSD flashbacks legit. Georgia industrial theme, like my eyes went wide. Sorry about that. Video City 1, you mentioned that you built this big thing in a game, great thing in a game you can't access anymore. So, oh, just like that. I played Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 on an old computer that I doubt would even boot anymore, and if it did, I bet like the data wouldn't be there and it wouldn't run very well. Just back in the day, I played a lot of Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, and I made tons of big parks because I spent a lot of time doing that type of stuff. Still got to finish Mario Galaxy, lol. That was a ramble. We only did 4 episodes. We're not going to do any more. That was it. We did finish it. We accomplished our mission. That sounds familiar. Rain 2013. Yeah, I think I know. I think I remember this game. I don't think I played it, but I remember this. Yeah, Yeah, I definitely remember seeing stuff about this game at the time. That was a Japan studio product, right? Yes, it was. If you did play Wind Waker, who's playing the Tingle Tuner? Come on, it's got to be there. Please don't even... I don't even know if it's in the HD version. Please, Nintendo, have put it in there. I don't think the Tingle Tuner's in the HD version. Dude, it's amazing the stream's still been stable this whole time. I've said it out loud now, so it'll stop working. But think about how busted we were the whole time, and now it's stable. It's just down to luck. It's just down to luck, dude. Yeah, Tingle Tuner's not in. Yeah, HD. Replaced with the Tingle Bottle, an item which was used to send messages to other players through the Miiverse, which is now disabled. Jacob, have you heard of the game Stray? When I looked at it, it seemed like a game you'd cover, though I think you're more of a dog person. Is Stray that, like, robot game with you're a cat in a city of robots? Yeah, we've seen this on stream a couple of times and commented on it. I'm not sure why you think that'd be a game I would cover in particular. Nothing against it. I am more of a dog guy, that's correct, but that has nothing to do with my interest in the game, really. If it was the same game but about a dog, I don't think I'd have any increased interest in it. I've always thought Nier might be fun to watch you guys play with, specifically with Aiden. It'd have to be with Aiden, because Joey and I already know everything, and Joshua knows everything about the first game. He watched most of a playthrough of the first game, and I think I filled him in on the... He got pretty bored, because Nier's really, really boring. I like Nier. Nier's really, really dry in significant stretches. What games do I like? Asks Complete Mystery. Is that just a broad question of what games? Just the games that I like. Hold on. What's your objective, most favorite game of all time, and why is it Mario 64? I love Mario 64 because when you have to pick up red coins on the first Bowser level, and you have to go back and make invisible blocks appear to pick up a red coin. So you very carefully inch your way out and pick up the red coin, and then you go to turn around, right? But because they were trying to do all that realistic animation stuff, Mario doesn't just turn around on a dime and turn around. He does a U-turn, and he falls, and you just push back on the stick very gently, and Mario does a U-turn, which just he walks off the platform and dies. That's why Mario 64 is objectively the best video game of all time. Because it's just full of bullshit. Mario 64 is a good game. A while ago, I tweeted a list of some of my favorite games of the last decade. Let's go look at that list and just talk about the games in it. And then from there, we can work backwards for other games that I like. We'll start with, I have a list here that'll just be useful and save us a little bit of time. Speaking of, one of the items on the list, I haven't found it yet, but I know one of the items on the list is Final Fantasy VII Remake. I loved Final Fantasy VII Remake, dude. Game's so good. I thought it'd be something you would cover, says Jin, because what I looked at, it seems to lean heavily on visual and contextual storytelling. I don't know. That certainly, yeah, certainly it doesn't look like it's a dialogue-driven game exactly. It looks like a neat little thing, just not something I'm super interested in. Guys, I don't have time to play the games I want to play. I've got a copy of 13 Sentinels over in my room somewhere that I don't know if I'll ever open, because I bought it primarily, I watched a Let's Play of most of the game. I bought it primarily just to financially support Vanillaware. I don't know if I'll ever actually even get around to playing it. I got a copy of Persona 5 Strikers over there, unopened. Got Psychonauts 2 installed on my PS4, unplayed. Got purchased Republic Commando, Star Wars Republic Commando, which I was thinking I might stream at some point in the far-flung future, but not playing that. What was the other thing I bought recently that's just sitting around that I haven't touched? And I gotta get back to Hades at some point. I haven't played that in months. Something else I bought recently. What was it? I do not remember. Perhaps it will come to me. But then again, perhaps not. Final Fantasy VII Remake. So good. So good, dude. Not super interested in horror games, Zero Dark Knight 1. I'm not a horror guy in general. It's not even like a, oh, too spooky thing. I don't know. I just don't like those movies very much. I like Alien and Aliens. There's a handful of others that I like, but for the most part, it's just not, I just don't have a fun time. I don't enjoy that. Circle Duck, in case you've missed context, Ninja Bunny has been Norded and now only has good question mark tastes. Oh, is that the joke of what was happening early on in the stream? Okay, got it. Someone please save me from the darkness by hitting me over the head a lot. Okay, got it. I now have palatable takes. Strictly and only objective takes. Now that there are memes, what do you think about the immortal snail? I haven't seen any immortal snail memes. That makes me think of, this probably isn't what you're talking about, it makes me think of the Rooster Teeth podcast conversation about whatchamacallit, words. The idea of an assassin snail. You get $1 million, but there's a snail that if it touches you, you die. And it is at all times, we just dipped a little bit there. We dipped for a second, but it went back up immediately. The snail is at all times coming for you and will not quit. You can get on a plane and fly to another continent. It will go into the ocean, or it will wind it to get onto a boat, or whatever it needs to do, and it will not stop coming for you. You could hire somebody to watch it with your new $1 million. You can, you could let it come right up to you, be inches away from you, and just step over it and go elsewhere. But you have to be thinking about it all the time. It could sneak up on you in bed. Uh-oh. Dip to 2,000 to 3,000, back up to 4,000. Dipping, 3,000s. If it stays in the 2000s and 3000s range, you guys will still get audio even if I start getting slideshowy. If we dip below 2000, 1000, we quit. If we dip again and stay, we quit. It's just a recap for everybody. Think about FF7R last night, says Hunter Tavares, and I noticed while listening to the Genova piece that the game is very big and flashy at first, but always returns to the original game's themes and story. Hey, Shadow 4, I'm disappointed with FF7R because I never played the original. I was looking forward to have the original story with updated graphics and combat. Heroic Gangster, I want to play FF7R sometime soon, though I gotta finish modded FF7 first because FF7R seems like it has varied writing styles and vibes. I don't think that... I wouldn't say that FF7R has a different, like... The writing style is different because the writing style of the original Final Fantasy VII was completely boggled because it was translated by a man reading a spreadsheet with 2 weeks to... I think it might have been like less than that, maybe, to translate everything. I guess I should say, if we're all hanging out here, and there's how many of us now? There's not that many of us. It's like 20 of us. I'm probably going to give some vague Final Fantasy VII Remake spoilers, just FYI, during the course of this conversation. To be completely honest with you, the writing of Remake is just better. Is just way better than the default script of the original PlayStation version. Characters who I would say, without hesitation, I like in the original PlayStation, but whom most of my liking of them was a projection of going, this is probably what it's meant to feel like, and reading between lines and like, ah, man, okay, it'd be so cool if the characters were, you know, just written a little bit better, is actually there in Remake. This is coming from Joshua here, who I believe his first full-blown experience of 7 was just watching my Enjoy's playthrough back in the day, which wasn't completely comprehensive, but we went through most of it. We finished the game. We missed some stuff. We didn't do any of the Golden Saucer extra stuff, but it's the whole game. And he felt for a while, basically until Remake, he was like, Aerith is fine, I guess, but like, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? Aerith is a much better... I shouldn't say better character, because an argument can be made that she was always kind of written that way in Japanese, but in the English original PlayStation 1 release of Final Fantasy VII, all the characters were kind of messed up. Cloud was the only character who came out, like, relatively unscathed through the translation, but that was mostly just because the context often did the heavy lifting where the writing failed. Video City 1, is the remake really that different from Final Fantasy VII spoiler-wise? We'll get to that in just a second. FF7R may be the only hope there is to getting me to finish the big, boring, meandering middle part of 7, says Ninja Bunny. And by that I mean the best part of the game, widely considered to be the greatest game of all time. I completely agree. The big, boring, meandering middle part of Final Fantasy VII is the part that I think... I talked about it a little bit, vaguely. It's the part that I think they're setting up to breathe life into with Remake. I've talked about it in some of the other videos I've done on 7 Remake so far. DGRD, I never saw much of FF7 Remake. Will eventually, but I did see original FF7. Heard they changed a lot of the story in Remake. They added the ghosts, and you fight Sephiroth in the first act. Question is, why did they change so much in FF7 Remake? Okay, so... Ninja Bunny, as a clack tween myself? What does that even mean? I don't know what, is that a typo? I don't know what that means. I used to be a clack tween and I am no longer. What's a clack tween? Is this an Urban Dictionary thing? Any of FF7R gives me hope that I'll like part 2 if only for self-indulgent reasons. Heroic Gangsters, I think what's interesting for me is that FF7 feels like I'm looking at more of a storybook of characters and sort of feeling more majestic, even in the first parts, while 7 Remake makes me feel like I'm immersed into a mix of modern fantasy, and it makes me feel into the mix of modern and fantasy that it's trying to make me feel. A tween who ships Cloud. Oh, Cloud and Zack! Got it! Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Figured it out. All right, I did not know their ship name was Clack. That's fantastic. I guess, yeah, Zloud doesn't work as well. Clack is very snappy. All right, all right, all right. I'll allow it. Crossburn, your assessment of what the sound clack makes you think of is apparently not inaccurate. So, okay, okay, I was trying to figure out how to break into this discussion. Oh, hold on, we dipped into 2000, but shot back up immediately. It didn't linger. If it lingers, we're done. But it shot back up immediately. 08 Dark Knight 1 gives me the perfect intro to actually, because I was receiving a bunch of different thoughts on 7 Remake here. Now I have an in. I have the in I need. I always thought the technology at the time was limiting the original vision the creators had for 7, which impacted the narrative and maybe the world. Okay, all right. Here we go. The discussion around Final Fantasy VII for literal decades has been the limitations of its technology, because to be completely fair, it was so bleeding edge that it got a little sliced and diced on the way out of the kitchen. And Final Fantasy VIII and 9 were such visual improvements over the game. And you had games like Silent Hill and Metal Gear coming out relatively shortly thereafter. So the direct comparison was not favorable. And very quickly people said, remake Final Fantasy VII, remake Final Fantasy VII, remake Final Fantasy VII. It didn't really hit a fever pitch until that tech demo for the PlayStation 3, where they showed a hypothetical, like, hey, here's what maybe... Because Square had been doing... ever since the N64, had been doing renders of, here's what one of our old games looks like on a new system. They showed, here is a Final Fantasy VI battle for the N64, when they thought they would be preparing 7 for the N64. They did, here is the Final Fantasy VIII ballroom scene, except not quite. It was a little bit different. It was like Squall and Renoa. There was no stumbling around. It was clearly like meant to be like later, and they were in perfect synchronization the whole time. They did a remake of that cutscene with PlayStation 2 tech. Then they did a remake of the opening of Final Fantasy VII with PlayStation 3 tech. But that one came out after the internet, after people could just upload videos to YouTube and stuff. So that was the only one that most people saw. So people didn't understand, what, trailer? Oh my god! But there had been a bit of a push for a remake of Final Fantasy VII for quite a bit of time before that, even, because there was this idea of that it was being held back by its technology. I, as someone who did not play Final Fantasy VII until probably 10 years later, I don't remember exactly when I purchased it, but it would have been the late 2000s. I, as a Zoomer, or I don't know what I don't know what any of these generation categories are. As a young person who did not play the game upon release, I don't care one bit about the game's art style and presentation. To me, I think that the art would be tampered with by remaking it. To me, looking at any piece of art, you examine the context of its creation, the limitations the creators had, and what they did with their limited technology. What's the quote? Sorry, folks, 1 second. All right. 1 week, 2 weeks before Orson Welles died, creator of Citizen Kane, among others. Orson said to me at lunch about 2 weeks before he died, I remember this vividly. Please do this for me. Don't let Ted Turner deface my movies with his crayons. At the time, Ted Turner was going through a bunch of old black and white films and post-colorizing them for redistribution, right? Wells did not want anybody to go in and allow this to happen. Right now, since I'm feeding you my direct feed of the chat, if somebody's thing gets like a warning of like, do you want to allow this to or not, you guys will just see it anyway, so who cares? That was not an invitation to just be crass and mean and say whatever you want, but I can't. Technically, it won't be censored. On the feed anyway, or the feed. The films were created in black and white. They were shot in black and white. They were lit for black and white. They were costumed for black and white. The art was in how the films were put together. Ninja Bunny, what just happened was you said, I guess, boobs? I think you said boobs, and YouTube said that's a bad word, so it tried to censor it, and I clicked show, I think. I think that's what happened. I'm not sure. Normally, stuff gets blocked because people say the F word. I guess it decided boobs was a bad word. Try typing boobs again. Yeah, I think it's because you said boobs, Ninja Bunny. To me, much of the artistry and value of Final Fantasy VII comes from its Lego people, and think about there is a rich tapestry of material to examine when looking at the original Final Fantasy VII in terms of creative choices that would not have happened if the games had been created differently. So, for example, even just a few years later, once we get to Final Fantasy VIII, right? Now, there's a combination of FMVs where you still have your little gameplay models and you're running around against an FMV background, and FMVs where we get, full-on nice models for all our main characters, right? But once we go to FMV mode, unless we are still literally controlling the characters and using the in-game models, we cut to the nice high-res models of the characters. In Final Fantasy VII, there are like 4 or 5 different versions of how the characters can look in FMVs. Because you can get FMVs where they have the highest fidelity that we observe them with, which is like what you see in the ending cutscene. You also get stuff where it's in the FMV, but they still have the Popeye proportions. There's a few other weird styles as well. And to me, examining all of that stuff and examining what they had to do to control the art and get it to look the way that they looked, the way that they wanted it to look, with the technology that they had, is extremely important to the art. To strip it of that is to make the piece unimportant. And I think that for years, I did not want or care about a remake of Final Fantasy VII, despite the presence of Advent Children and Dirge of Cerberus and Crisis Core and whatever, because to me, while those products, an argument can be made about, the value of those other works, about whether people liked them or not. If there was after the remake came out, a lot of people said, "Oh, this game sucks. All I ever wanted was just the original game with the better graphics, the same pre-rendered backgrounds and above the overhead camera and just better graphics." Right? These people did not want this. These people may have wanted this in 1999 or 2000. They did not want this after the release of Final Fantasy X. No one was honestly clamoring for, I guess maybe somebody's gonna say, I was. Most people were not looking for that permutation of Final Fantasy VII Remake once it was out there. People wanted a game that looked like 10, and eventually people wanted a game that looked like 12, and eventually people wanted a game that looked like the tech demo that they presented. Even that tech demo, let's say that you were creating a game, like the tech demo is fundamentally outside of the artistic limitations of Final Fantasy VII original, because when Cloud jumps off the train at the station, the camera moves around him in multiple directions. Now the whole station is modeled in 3D from multiple different angles. When you render a room in a pre-rendered game, you're painting one image from one angle. You make a wall or a box, and we only see it from one angle. The second that you can turn the camera in every single direction, the top of the box and the two sides of the box that we can see, now you have to be able to render in the other two sides of the box. Now you need a skybox. Now you need that area that is out of range. You need to be able to turn around and look at it. The second that you say remake every room in Final Fantasy VII in full 3D, the scale of what that game is increases exponentially. It becomes absolutely incredibly unmanageable, which is why later Final Fantasy games are so much smaller. Or they get to cheat like Final Fantasy X, where the camera is often outside of your control, and you're essentially walking down a long hallway, or maybe branching paths of a hallway. Final Fantasy X did not have pre-rendered backgrounds, but it did have a harshly controlled camera, which you couldn't move, which followed your player character, and which hid things that they didn't want to have to model. Did I say in 8 Hunter Taveras? I'm talking about in 7. Though 8 is relevant to this conversation too, because if you were remaking 8, you'd have the same problem. We're not talking about a remake yet, guys. We're talking about the original 7 and a hypothetical remake of Final Fantasy 7. Any game with pre-rendered backgrounds, the second that you give people the opportunity to turn the camera 360 degrees, in a game where previously you only viewed every room from a set number of angles, the amount of stuff you have to create increases exponentially. The second that, where previously there was a load zone that Cloud walked through and the game faded to black, you now have to model what's beyond that load zone. Even if you make it like a Final Fantasy XII, where there are sectioned off rooms, and there's a little like loading zone, and you walk through it, and then there's a loading screen, and then you're in the next zone, right? You still have to render. What does it look like when you look past that load zone? Unless you want to put a big black ugly void there. In Final Fantasy XII, if you walk up to a load zone that takes you to another section of the map that you're in, right? You can usually see a low resolution representation of what the next map looks like. And if the game is going to suggest you cover a great amount of distance walking to the next playable section of the map, a low resolution render of what that section of the world looks like. So the amount of stuff you have to create, the second you can turn the camera and look where you're walking, increases so much. And that's why most Final Fantasy games are significantly smaller than those PlayStation games, because the amount of fidelity required to create one room has increased so much. Final Fantasy X is a pretty big game. It's nowhere near as big as Final Fantasy VII, 8, or 9. Final Fantasy XII is a really huge game. It also took like 6 years to make and was ludicrously expensive. At the time, it was one of the most expensive games. I think it was like the most expensive Japanese game ever produced, and it was one of the most expensive games, period, if not the most expensive game. Hold on. It actually wasn't more expensive than a couple of the other Final Fantasy games. I guess they didn't have to develop as many tools for it. My mistake. Hunter Taveras' length does not necessarily have to do with scale and assets developed. One of the things that's so wild about Final Fantasy VII is that so many parts of it feel like recycled art assets from different games. You have... Excuse me. You have an ancient civilization that, depending on which part of their civilization you're at, either looks like an Incan pyramid, which becomes, once you enter it, an Egyptian pyramid, which becomes an M.C. Escher painting, which becomes a generic cave dungeon. Or you're at another location for the ancient civilization, which looks like an above-sea coral reef that then has an abstract art student's church design hidden underneath it, floating in a void of light. 35 million USD to produce 12. Yeah, 5 years, not 6 years. And 12 has significantly recycles assets a lot, because it doesn't rush you between. There's a couple of major towns in the game. There's a couple of major cities, but it recycles a lot of textures. It recycles a lot of assets, and it has very large maps. But once you enter into an individual map in Final Fantasy 12, like once you enter into a region, I should say, which will have maybe 10 maps, let's say, like this section of the world, this series of fields has 10 maps in it. Those maps will not really have any unique assets between them. There's going to be like kind of a tile set for that area, and that's what it is. And then you just have the terrain manipulated and the assets laid down and the textures laid down. There is a lot of environmental detail and aesthetic variety in Final Fantasy VII. Midgar there's nothing else in Final Fantasy VII that looks like Midgar except maybe Junon, which looks completely different and has a completely different color palette and is laid out completely differently. There is nothing in the game that looks like the crystal materia caves that you see after you go to the Chocobo farm. There's nothing in the rest of the game that looks like the Chocobo farm except maybe the interiors of some of the houses at Rocket Town, but not really. There's nothing else in the game that looks like Wutai. You can see it already in Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is itself a very expensive video game, and how the game has to significantly pad out certain sections. People have accused that game of being padded and like, oh, they should have. I can't believe they stopped at Midgar. It's just a cash grab. They should have kept going, right? If you actually look at it in terms of assets, right? You say to yourself, okay, the bit in Final Fantasy VII Remake where Cloud, Barret, and Tifa are going to the second reactor bombing mission, and they have that whole bit where they're dangling underneath the plate off of scaffolding, right? That in the original game was one screen that took you, depending on random encounters, 5 minutes to walk across. Now it's a full-blown dungeon, which is going to take you an hour. That's padding. That's gree. If they had kept that to 5 minutes, then surely they could have put Calm in there. We could have gotten to the Chocobo farm. Like, how much more of the game could there have been if that had been cut down to a 5-minute walk? Nothing. Because that 1 hour is using the exact same amount of assets that it would have used if it was 5 minutes long, because it's just the same scaffolding tiles laid over and over and over again. And if they had cut that section down, they would have saved a little bit of money and time on map design. And there's not really any cutscenes in that level except brief bits where Barret's like, hey, look over there. There's some material we can go pick up. Cloud, So like, okay, sweet. You save a little bit of money. You didn't save anything on asset development, though. That whole long, lengthy sewer stretch and the, See, I know what happened there. Circle Duck said titties. That's why that one got blocked. The sewer level, right? And the train graveyard levels. Why were they so long, man? What a waste of money! No, once you see one room of both of those places, all assets for the entire rest of the dungeon have already been developed, so we might as well use them. Because really, there's not a better stopping point other than maybe doing the Calm flashback at the ending of the game where everything could have ended. At some point, I'm going to do a video where I calculate things that could have actually been cut from Final Fantasy VII Remake and how much more of the game could have existed. And I've already done some work on it, and it's not a lot. Heroic Gangster, I sincerely hope that the Final Fantasy VII Remake overworld does not attempt FF15 or Xenoblade, because it would tank the entire game. They need to do a classic RPG overworld system. What they can do within that is they can have more adventure areas. So, for example, in the area where you walk from Midgar to Calm to the Chocobo farm, right, and fight the Midgar Zolan. Let's say we add in. My throat's starting to hurt. I'm gonna talk more quietly. I'm just gonna move in a little bit closer to the mic, and I'm gonna keep my voice down. You guys can still hear me? You guys can still hear me, hopefully. I'm gonna turn this up a bit, and I'm just gonna keep my voice down because my throat's kind of starting to hurt. let's say hypothetically, the continent area around Midgar only has a couple of areas you can enter, right? You've got Midgar itself, which once you leave you can't enter. You've got Calm, you've got the Chocobo Farm, and you've got the Mithril Caves or whatever, which you get to by passing the Midgar Zulum, right? Okay, so let's say we add in a forest area, which you can walk up to on the overworld. Let's say that on the way to Chocobo Sam's farm, there is a forest area which you are not, which you have to walk through, and when you do, it loads, and you are now in a forest map. And there's a little forest adventure area where you can run straight through and fight a couple monsters, or you can explore a bit and find some treasure. There's also a wasteland area which you have to pass through, which loads in a proper wasteland level, which you can walk through and be done with, or you can explore a bit and find some treasure. That would be the ideal way to do it, is just to add in some extra levels, or alternatively, you have random encounters on the overworld. But in addition to random enemies, you have, based on your geography, like 4 or 5 maps upon which the battle can take place. Like, you're walking through the grasslands outside of like near Calm, and the grasslands in that section of the world have, like, in that entire, like, I shouldn't say outside of Calm, the grasslands in that first continent area before you go through the caves have 5 grassland arenas, 5 wasteland arenas. And when you get a random encounter, you get warped to that 3D space, and you fight enemies. And once you do, you load back out to the overworld. That would be one way to do it, and that'd be kind of cute. That would be kind of cute. Maybe don't make them random encounters. Maybe do what like Ni no Kuni did, where you can see the enemies on the overworld, and you can get a first strike on them if you want, or you can run away if you want. That would also be a good way to do it. Anyway, but we're not jumping forward to remake just yet. For me, I find the concept of remaking Final Fantasy VII to be a fundamentally flawed premise. For anybody who cares, I've mentioned Tim Rogers many times on the channel before. Fantastic video game critic and writer. His review of Cyberpunk 2077, imminent. I recommend watching his video on the Final Fantasy VII remake. Because it's got a lot of interesting stuff in it. And one thing he talks about are the philosophical problems with remaking Final Fantasy VII. Now, I find that Crossman says, just use 14's engine and have it be segmented areas with MMO combat, and I'm sure nobody will complain about that. I mean, it's a little bit late. They're already using the Unreal Engine. I mean, it's not like they're not going to do that. Plus, we're not even talking about that. That's why we're trying to go away from talking about what hypothetically remake could look like. We're talking about the fundamental problem people have with the entire conception of remake, which is I just wanted it to be like the original. And the argument that I'm making is basically the second you make the game in 3D, you have now quadrupled the scale of what you're developing. Even if you only make the exact... Hunter Tavares, have fun seeing Dune. I don't know when I'm going to get around to seeing that myself. The second that you decide to make the game in 3D with a swivelable camera, even if you're only remaking the exact level geometry of the original game, your work has more than quadrupled. It's exploded the amount of work that you're doing just by being able to turn the camera around. The second you propose expanding the scale of the original game even slightly, you're now doing a whole different thing. This is why for years I thought they'll never remake it, because they're not just going to do the old game with polished up graphics. Do you know how I know that? And you know how I know that people don't want that? Because of the frickin' this. You guys remember this? Do you guys remember when at PlayStation Experience in 2014, They were like, look, you guys, look, Final Fantasy VII. Yay! It's the 1080p Steam version, and you can get it on PS4. Do you guys see this? All I wanted was the HD version of the original. No, you didn't. You're just upset with what you got. You didn't like remakes, and now you're like, piss babies. Anyway, the problem with remaking Final Fantasy VII to me from the very beginning is if you're just it's one of those things where remaking it is pointless. It is such an important game, such a powerful game, that any remake would be overshadowed historically infinitely, right? Indefinitely. Like think about it. How many classic movies have been remade? And even if the remake is decent, how often does the remake truly completely surpass the original if it was a truly seminal work? Now, sometimes a remake is sometimes a remake of a less successful work can exceed the original. So, for example, whatchamacallit? There's an episode of Psych in the final season of Psych where they remake an episode from the first season. It's pretty funny. And they make a lot of jokes. You got censored for saying video game nerds are losers? YouTube, why are you censoring the word losers? You have a, you're allowed to say you're a Clack stan, but you can't call gamers losers. In that episode of Psych, where they're remaking their own episode, they constantly make jokes about remakes, and one of the things they say is remakes should be used when, should be done when there was a product that had promise, but didn't really come through, didn't really deliver. So an example of a remake that has completely surpassed the original in people's minds and expectations is Ocean's 11. A lot of people don't even know there was an original Ocean's 11. The original Ocean's 11 was another Vegas heist movie done by the Rat Pack. It was a Rat Pack ensemble movie, Sinatra, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis, etc. The Rat Pack did a bunch of those types of movies. Ocean's 11 is not really a good one, even by, modern standards. It's, fine. It's not like Robin and the Seven Hoods, which has, great... Yeah, Losers, complete mystery. Yeah, just Losers gets blocked out. Gotta say lamers, like 8 out of 4 does. You can call someone a jerk. Can't call them losers. The words. What's happening to me? What's happening to me? Why can't I talk? Ignoramuses, that's allowed. Why can't I talk? Robin and the Seven Hoods is a movie with cool music, pretty good performances. It's got some really cool set design. No one's really touched that one. And I think if somebody tried to remake that, probably the legacy of the original would win out. That's another Rat Pack kind of ensemble movie. No one really gives a crap about Ocean's 11. New Ocean's 11 is, once again, an ensemble cast of tons of movie stars robbing a casino in Vegas, but really redoes what it's doing, and it's considered, it's people only remember the original one. Remake of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I mean, I guess it gets play on basic cable, and some people like it, but 100 years from now, who's going to be talking about the frickin' Tim Burton Charlie and the Chocolate Factory remake? People are still going to, film historians will still be talking about. And people will still be going back to and watching the original as a classic, right? To me, a hypothetical game where they say, let's just redo Final Fantasy VII, but update the character models, redo all the backgrounds, update the script, would be a fun novelty if 100 years in the future people still cared about Final Fantasy VII. They'd be playing the original version of the game, because that would be the historically significant version. Look at how many people are still desperately trying to get their claws back on the non-George Lucas molested version of the original Star Wars. The Library of Congress is trying to get their hands on a non-George Lucas molested version of Star Wars, and George Lucas refuses to give it to them. Yes, Ninja Bunny, 4-year-olds did like the newer one better than the older one because the older one was old. No weirdos on Twitter twist the OG Charlie to praise the remake? Are you making a comparison to people talking about Final Fantasy VII Remake and, like, dissing the original to boost Final Fantasy VII Remake's profile? Because I don't give two shits about that. I don't give a crap about people on the internet being volatile. It's just gonna happen. Molested is such an ugly word, Jacob. There are improvements. I'll point out that Video City 1 is allowed to type molested, but you cannot type losers. Anyway, to me, the technology behind, the story behind, an understanding of why why Final Fantasy VII Original is good is intrinsically tied to the original work. And any remake of the game would either be a relatively cheaply made novelty, if it was just the original game with updated textures and graphics, or an extremely expensive novelty. This is why I had absolutely no interest in the Final Fantasy VII remake. Well before it was announced, I was like, remaking Final Fantasy VII is stupid. It's too expensive and it's pointless. There's no point. It would hypothetically turn a profit, people would play it, and 20 years later, no one would talk about it. The original game is what would stand the test of time, what would matter. I only became interested in Final Fantasy VII Remake when I realized it was doing weirdo new stuff and trying new things. To me, that's the only way for the product to be significant and interesting. So hypothetically, it would be the same problem if KH1 Remake would have as FF7 of people not liking the remake if it would be made exactly the same. Oh, sorry. Diego RD. So hypothetically, it would be the same problem that a KH1 Remake would have as FF7 of people not liking the remake if it would be made the exact same as the original. So I'm not saying that people wouldn't like a remake. So, for example, hold on. There was a shot-for-shot remake of Psycho in 1998 that no one's ever going to go back and watch again, that no one's ever going to remember. It was a novelty that people didn't like or watch at the time anyway. They are making a Wonka prequel. It's true, they are doing that. Because remember it? Because money! And the, Look, re-releasing something updated and restored is cool and all. And I wish, personally, that there was a version of original Kingdom Hearts 1 available in HD without the final mix, like color palette swaps, but that's not super important because the game is more or less preserved, and you can go play the original. You can either find a copy of it or you can emulate it, right? And yeah, also, you wouldn't be able to remake Kingdom Hearts 1 anyway because of the Tarzan stuff. And you need to replicate Sora's voice actor. You need to have a new voice actor for all the characters. So a remake of KH1 wouldn't really happen. But I'm not quite sure why you made the exact KH1 comparison. Diego, in general, remakings of classic, timeless, well-regarded, revered pieces of media, I find, are pointless cash grabs I don't think people are really going to care about Jurassic World 30 years from now. I haven't seen Jurassic World. I'm not even necessarily saying it's a bad, unenjoyable movie. If you like Jurassic World, that's fine, because it's just like, whatever, it's just a movie. It's a movie, the dinosaurs to chomp people, and people run around, and they run from the dinosaurs. It's like a fun thing to watch for 2 hours, right? Who cares? But in terms of, like, the legacy of filmmaking, like the original John Williams score, the original special effects, the Spielberg directing, all of the meme shit that came out of it, freaking Jeff Goldblum getting shirtless and stuff. Like, that's what people are going to go back to 40 years from now if they're going back to Jurassic Park. They'll watch World as a novelty. You know, and it doesn't matter that they made that movie at all, because it's probably better than Jurassic Parks 2 and 3. I haven't seen them. I'm willing to bet it's better than them. The point is, I find the premise of remaking something like Final Fantasy VII to be fundamentally flawed. Make it available to people, distribute it. One thing that would be fun is if you officially retranslated the script. Get somebody in who's get a professional in with plenty of time and plenty of resources, and completely redo the script for Final Fantasy VII English and re-release it. Like, that would be something that would be fun. But even then, I would want a toggle on the menu of, like, which script you want. Because, like, think about it, right? They did a remake of, not a remake, they did the DS version of Chrono Trigger, like 10, 15 years back for the Nintendo DS. They retranslated the whole game, right? Generally speaking, that translation is vastly superior. It's just the better way to experience the game, right? However, the opening line of the original game is, "Good morning, Chrono," is the mom coming in and telling Chrono to wake up. "Good morning, Chrono," she says. For whatever reason, fans, like, this is like, they're obsessed with this line. Like, they make there's like t-shirts of "Good morning, Chrono." It's like an iconic line. It's just the mom saying good morning. I don't get it. I love Chrono Trigger. I don't get it. And I guess it's because it's repeated at the ending of the game, so it's like arc words or something. I don't know. And like Frog talks with this hilarious SpongeBob like medieval voice where he puts "ith" on the end of everything. And the DS version calms down on Frog's medieval talk, gives him slightly more realistic Shakespearean prose instead of like clown shoes prose, which is not bad, because, you know, it was like a game that mostly children played in the 90s or whatever. So, like, it was funny and it's cute, and the kids could probably follow it better than his updated prose, right? And the mom instead says like "Wake up, Chrono," or something like that as the opening line, or like, "It's time to wake up, Chrono." She said something different. I don't know what, but people were outraged that they changed these things. And it's and I find that kind of silly that they were, but I also find that erasing that game's original script forever is not valuable either. I think that you should have both. Now, I believe that the Steam version does use the original translation, not the DS translation, but there's no option in the menu to pick the DS translation. I want all of the things. I want all the permutations available at all times. But like a 3D remake of Chrono Trigger, what's the point? The game is timeless and interesting because of its sprite work, because of its combat design, because of its map layout, because of its technology, because of the way that it integrates battles with the overworld. It's so interesting from a design standpoint, and making it into like a 3D action game or whatever, I wouldn't care. It'd be fun to play once, maybe. I don't know. I would maybe play a 3D action remake of Chrono Trigger once, like halfway through out of curiosity. And then 10 years later, when I went, do I want to play Chrono Trigger again? Yeah, I'll play Chrono Trigger again. I would go play the original. But thou disliketh thine talking, if thou like shalt surely dieth. Yes, that's pretty much how Frog talks in the original SNES version of the game. And I'm not saying that's bad, just saying it's different. And people value different things in those different scripts. And I find the prospect of remaking Final Fantasy VII to be a fundamentally flawed thesis. Remaking Final Fantasy VII is, to me, fundamentally pointless. And it was something requested by people who did not know what they actually wanted. People who saw the flashier, shinier graphics and like Final Fantasy VII and think, I would like to see this look better, please. And like, okay, if Final Fantasy VII had gotten an update 2 years later, if instead of doing 8, they had redone 7, and then that game sold another, 7 million units or whatever. It wouldn't, not many, like 4 million. At that time, it was like 4 or 5 million units sold, I think. Maybe 6 million, I don't know. I know that 7 is like at 10 lifetime, but I think that includes like digital sales later, so I'm not sure. Or at least it was a few years ago. 10 million lifetime, that is. Maybe if a remake had been done almost immediately, that version could have been the one to have that version could have gotten in early enough to really penetrate the cultural osmosis. But even then, people would go back to the original as like the historical document. This is the game. This was the success story. This is the thing that made the series popular internationally. This is the thing that put the PlayStation on the map. This was the first of these types of games that anybody had seen on a console, and it was even doing stuff that some PC games didn't do. The original would still be the more interesting. Like, there are instances where the original game gets obliterated, but only when the original was, like, truly effed up. Like, Metal Gear Solid 3 original version? All the cutscenes were there, all the music was there, graphics were there, gameplay mechanics were there. Like, the game was solidly built, and the core essence of what the game was all there. Story was all same. The camera was so shitty that they had to release an updated version of the game that included both the original game's preset, pre-placed camera angles and a proper move the right stick to rotate the camera around your character. You could press a button in Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence, which is also the version that's included in the HD collection, to switch between the old camera and the new camera. And the old camera could be useful sometimes because it could give you an overhead view that maybe you couldn't get from that rotating camera. So you could actually use both of them interchangeably, and both had very specific functions. Anybody who's playing 3 at a high level is going to be switching between those two cameras pretty frequently. That has admittedly kind of obliterated the original version. But that was because the original version literally had technical issues. For example, the version of Cats that was released for a week with unfinished special effects, an argument can be made that it was obliterated by the updated version of Cats, which had slightly more finished special effects, because now that original is a historical document lost to time that no one has anymore. I don't think anybody's going to go looking for that, though. I don't know, I say that. 20 years from now, there are going to be crazy collectors, crazy film historians trying to find that original version of Cats where the suits weren't animated over properly in some shots. People will be looking for that. That'll be a holy grail for some nerds out there. Yes, Subsistence also comes with the MSX games, but I'm talking about the core experience of 3. But in terms of the value of the package, yes, it was an improvement in that way. It came with 2 other full-ass games. First MSX game, kind of rough. Second MSX game, legit fun video game. Ninja Bunny's doing a bit here. Requesting it be read in Vernon's voice from Psychonauts. Am I allowed? Let's see. Gamma appreciation time. Are you been doing it? How long have you been doing it for, though, is the question. I assume you've been doing it since you gushed. Oh, Persona 3. Gamma appreciation time. Is Gamma a character most people like? This bit is really straining if the few brain cells. Oh, you've been doing it for a while. Okay, got it. Whatever. Oh no, this is just you being like good. This is just you being pretending to have good takes. Pretending to have good takes. You can look all you want, but in Mario 64, you will not be able to find Gamma because he is not, in fact, in the game. It's really good. The entire stream, you've been doing it in Vernon's voice. Okay, all right. Riri with Vernon's voice. A cat is not a dog, says Joey Perez. You know what? It's an important observation Andrew Lloyd Webber gave us there. I don't want to get distracted from... Yeah, I don't want to get distracted from talking about FF7, because we haven't even got to remake yet, really. I was watching Lindsay Ellis's video on the Phantom of the Opera sequel that she put out yesterday. What's it called? Love Never Dies? She finally put out a video talking about it, which was I have a friend who also watches Lindsay Ellis, who has seen Love Never Dies, who has, like, literally told me, like, I've been waiting. I texted my friend, was like, by the way, this video's out. And she's like, I have been waiting for years for her to do a video about that play. I didn't really know anything about it, because I'm not really a Phantom guy. I don't really care for the Phantom of the Opera so much. But I went and watched that video. It was pretty funny. But it reminded me midway through, I was like, wait a second, whatever happened with that Andrew Lloyd Webber Cinderella thing? Whatever happened with that? Did that ever actually start running? So I went and looked, and that actually premiered a month or two ago. So I read the synopsis of that and listened to the whole concept album, and I think I like it. I think it's probably my favorite Andrew Lloyd Webber play, because I have a lot of respect for him, like, as a musician, but I find, like, I have no interest in Phantom. I am actively repelled by Cats. That's Cinderella, though. That seems like a good take. I think I'd probably like that play a lot if I saw it on the stage. The soundtrack's pretty good. I saw some people arguing, like, people on YouTube were like, "Rah, this just feels like like a bunch of generic, like, there's a bunch of, like, stuff that's like these melody lines are ripped off from elsewhere or whatever." I was like, I liked it. I don't care. I had a good time listening to it. It was fun. And like I said, it seems like a pretty good take. Pretty good take on the story. I like what it's doing conceptually. Anyway, so you guys may remember, I was, like, actively negative about Remake basically right up until it launched, because I was like, I don't have no interest. I think this is pointless. I've got no interest. And only towards the end, when they were like, these things are called Arbiters of Fate, I was like, I think they are doing a thing. And then in the game, it turns out, without talking about spoilers too much for anyone who cares about keeping spoiler-free on Final Fantasy VII Remake, the game gets very meta about its status as a remake of Final Fantasy VII. A lot of people hated this because they insist they just wanted a straight remake of the original Final Fantasy VII. For the most part, I saw somebody earlier in chat said, I really didn't like it because I just wanted a faithful retelling of the original game, and then I felt that was not what I received. I think people blow out. I think people make too big a deal of how different it is. It's not as different as people think it is. And if you haven't played the original, and you're like, here's the thing. You guys know Angry Joe? Y'all know Angry Joe? I think I like Angry Joe well enough. I don't always agree with his takes on things, but I think he makes fun videos. I think he's a pretty good critic. And he and I have slightly different tastes on things, but that's fine. He has given Final Fantasy so many chances. He was really excited for 13, hated it. It was his first Final Fantasy game, despised it. Was like very excited for 15. Super stoked for 15 from, like, the second it was announced at E3 2013. Played it, quit halfway through. Didn't even finish the open world exploration stuff and get to Venice City. Liked it. Did an impressions video, said liked it. Fun game. I'm kind of done. I don't feel like doing a full review. I'm over it. Played 7 Remake. Adored it. Loved it. And more importantly, immediately played the original. Was so stoked and couldn't wait to see what happened next. Bought Final Fantasy VII Original, played it. I think, frankly, people are like, I've seen a lot of people, including Dean Weiss when he was still around on YouTube, and he'll never find this stream, so I can say whatever I want about him. Dean's cool. I disagree with his take on Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I'm just joking around. Dean and other people expressed concern that people were going to not play the original, and they were just going to play this, and that was going to taint their knowledge base of the game, taint their vision about the game, taint their understanding of what the concept of the game was. They were just going to play that. They were just going to play Remake and say, this is weird, and quit, right? For those who don't know, I guess just really fast, again, no spoilers. Final Fantasy VII Remake is more or less an entirely loyal remake of Final Fantasy VII until the last, like, hour. Then at the very end, the game says, hey, guess what? guess what? The next game might be really weird, and a bunch of stuff happens that you're not going to be able to follow if you have not watched. If you are not familiar with the original game. A bunch of stuff that's like, you will only understand what's happening if you know the full story comes up at the end. And it's off-putting to people who are not familiar with the source material. Yes, Angry Joe said, I think I'm going to review Kingdom Hearts 3. And then KH fans absolutely brigaded him on social media, saying, you're a piece of shit. You're not allowed to play that without playing the other games. Fuck you. You're not allowed to, if you make a review of this and you haven't played the other games and you say that it's bad because you don't understand it, you're going to ruin the reputation of the games. You're not allowed to have an opinion on this game if you haven't played the other 7 games first. And he even tried to be civil. He was like, hey, I'll watch recap videos. Yeah, I think he actually, I got tangled up in it briefly because he added me saying, I watched Frustrated Jacob's recap video. Don't worry, guys. I understand that I'm coming in from the outside, but I want to play the game and review it. And people were like, he's just doing it for clicks. He's just doing it for money. Yeah, it's his job. And if he says he doesn't like it, he'll say, listen, I haven't played the other game, so I didn't understand it. And live with it. Anyway, Dean, since people asked, Dean burnt out on YouTube. He just was just like, he couldn't keep up with the pace of it. I don't think he liked it very much anymore, so he left. Anyway, yeah, see, 7 Remake reviewed fairly well and has a high user score. And here's the thing. Most people who are like, Final Fantasy VII Remake ruined Final Fantasy VII, are people who are familiar with the original. The vast majority of people who are pissed off are people who have played the original. Most people who have not played the original, played Remake, got to the end, and did... Here's the thing, right? If people didn't like Final Fantasy VII Remake, they didn't get to the end. They quit. They didn't play all the way to the end, so they didn't even get to the weirdo stuff. If they liked... Here's the thing. 7 Remake is like 40 hours long. Conceive of this person in your mind's eye. Conceive of this person in your mind's eye. Someone who plays 39 hours of a game, enjoys it, gets to the ending, it's weird and alienating, and says, I'm not going to spend any time on the internet Googling what that was. I'm not going to go play the original version of the game and find out what's going on. That is a little bit odd to me. The idea that someone would enjoy Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is a pretty long game, enough to get to the ending and have some weird stuff go on and not do a little Google of like, so what's going on? Because there were a bajillion articles written about what's going on at the ending of Final Fantasy VII. So you could go do a very quick read and figure out what's happening. We basically have Angry Joe reading the manga. He watched the anime. He doesn't want to wait for the next season, and now he's reading the manga. And he beat Final Fantasy VII. So he knows, he beat the original. So he knows all the stuff now. No, he didn't review KH3 Complete Mystery. He was like, well, I guess not. I guess I'm out of here then. If you guys are gonna be like this, there's no point. I mean, he got viciously attacked on Twitter and stuff. I think the difference comes with the fear of what comes next and how open-ended it gets. They are usually thinking to themselves they could go anywhere and destroy the original's legacy. No, they can't. The original's gonna be fine. The original's always gonna be there. They've made it readily accessible. They can do anything. They could kill every main character and tell an entirely new story, and it's its own thing. That's the genius of it. If the product is decent, it actually has relevance moving forward, and it doesn't make the original game irrelevant. In fact, if anything, now, if somebody's talking about playing Final Fantasy VII 30 years in the future, Remake has its own merits, Original has its own merits, and there is no product that's just like some crappy, like, oh yeah, it's the original but upgraded, but I'm gonna play the actual original to really understand what this game is. The conception of like, I think it's genius, dude. I think it's absolutely genius. I think we've been drowning in remakes and reboots and all this other crap for like a decade. Last 5 years, and I talked about this in the FF7 remake news video that I did a while ago. Like, the last 5 years in particular has just been a deluge of remakes and soft reboots, and I'm so over it. And seeing Remake actually get meta about what it means to remake something in the legacy of a game and be respectful towards that and explore something new, to me, is incredibly interesting. People talk about, like, oh, this is like, yeah, Joey Perez just said the remake isn't a retcon, the original legacy will continue. The idea that the remake is somehow retconning the original out of existence is insane. Like, it's a sequel, it's a direct continuation of the timeline. The original game is now destroyed. This is my conception of what happened at the ending of Final Fantasy VII is now ruined forever. Well, actually, my friend, a couple of comments. Number one, the original Final Fantasy VII has an ambiguous ending that was already destroyed by sequels, which explicitly spell out exactly what happened. And number two, that ambiguous ending shows, like, 500 or 1,000 years in the future or whatever, so even if this new game literally was, like, a sequel, there still would have been, like, an entire lifetime of all that other stuff happened. But this is, whatever. The FF7R Part 2 is a visual novel dating sim. That could be fun. I could be enjoyable. I could go for that. Final Fantasy VII Remake opens up the opportunity at the end to do basically whatever it wants. Now, it's worth noting that, again, until the last hour of Final Fantasy VII Remake, it's a fairly accurate recreation of the original game, with additional elements added in. They're mostly just extras, and a few minor changes that I feel really don't mess with the story too much. And even if they did, it doesn't matter because it's a new thing. And all of its changes are made deliberately. Like, the people have argued about, like, okay, in the original game, our heroes plant a bomb which does massive damage. In the new game, we plant a bomb which does minor damage, and it's made to, and then Shinra blows up the reactor deliberately to make it look like the attack was bigger. Our heroes don't know this. Some people have argued this is done. This waters the game down by removing the moral ambiguity of what the heroes are doing. I don't think so, but the tone of the game and the way that it's written and what the characters talk about is reflected in the creative decision. It was clearly done deliberately, not just like as a quick, like, maybe our characters in a post 9/11 world shouldn't be bombers blowing up. It's not just that. It's a fairly considered creative decision. A lot of people have argued, including Video Game Donkey, who I like a lot, but I don't really care about his... honestly, I don't care about Video Game Donkey's take on Final Fantasy VII Remake, because he doesn't like the original. He says that he does, but in his review, he kind of reveals he's like, the original game was a comedy that had some serious moments. This game is a serious game that occasionally has comedy moments, and that's missing... It takes itself too seriously. Donkey, you thought the original game was a comedy with some serious moments. The original game was a serious game with some comedy moments and a lot of those serious moments are undercut by the fact that it's Lego people, but it was trying desperately to be serious. An immersive clack sim. Circle Duck says, ooh, to date Vincent Valentine. No, don't bring up his baggage. I can fix him. Crossbird says, honestly, I wish they didn't call it remake, like at least something like FF7 Reboot or FF7 the new one or something. But it's a twist, though. It's a twist that there's a change. It's a twist. You can't ruin the twist by saying Evangelion Rebuild 33.33 or whatever. Finding out that something is wrong is part of the fun of remake. Yeah, the original game is accidentally funny most of the time, says Ninja Bunny. Whereas the new game is actually deliberately, intentionally funny. There's very little, like, most of the intentional comedy in the original Final Fantasy VII does not land. Like, the staircase sequence is funny, but even in the staircase sequence, there's, like, unfunny stuff. I think it's the staircase sequence where this happens. Maybe, no, it's when they're climbing the golden shiny wire of hope, maybe. There's some part where Tifa starts going first on something, and she's like, no, stop, don't. You two go first. You'll look up my skirt, ooh, woo. And it's, like, aggressively unfunny. And there's tons of stuff. Like, most of the time when 7 is trying to be funny, original, it's not funny. Remake actually has, like, a lot of legitimately funny jokes. Like, I laughed out loud a ton. We fought a big robot when we were in Reactor 1, but that thing looked like a scorpion. Huh. What did you think this one looked like? Looks dead now. Let's go. It's great stuff. Freaking, I'm not some princess who needs to be coddled. Shit. It's great stuff. And of course the entire Honeybee Inn sequence is elevated from, at best, cringe, and at worst, incredibly homophobic and transphobic, to just laugh out loud funny. The original's absolutely hilarious, but not for the reasons Square Enix wanted it to be, says Crossburn, yeah. Another argument is made, spoilers for Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VII Remake, that Jessie is given all the screen time that she's given because the developers couldn't do the other big death in the first game, so they wanted to have a scene where the girl dies and you're sad, right? I don't think the decision is nearly that cynical. I think they want you to give a shit. I think they just want the game to work. I mean, think about this, right? In our playthrough of Final Fantasy VII, that we did on the channel, right? Joey doesn't start taking the game seriously until the plate drops. And all those people die. And that was just the concept of what had happened. It was like, oh, game's different now. Most audience members for Remake who are experiencing it blind are taking it seriously way before the plate drop. And they're very invested in that sequence. And I don't think that Jessie stuff is put in just as like, let's add another girlfriend, let's add more shipping bait, let's add another character, let's add another girl we can kill to make the audience sad. I think that you were probably supposed to be sad in the original game, but they didn't have time to flesh those characters out. I think that taking the... In the original game, I literally forgot they died, lol, says Victor. Well, they're mentioned, like, one more time, right? The only other time Biggs, Wedge, and Jessie are mentioned is when they're sitting around the fire at Cosmo Canyon later in the game, discussing life and whatnot. No one's gonna forget about them in this game, whether you liked them or not. It's really, you can't really forget about those guys. I think that most of the decisions that are going on in Remake are very deliberate. I don't think they're cynical. I don't think they're asshole-ish, or some people think that the sorry, I moved the microphone a bit there. Some people think that the ghosts are some kind of shot across the bow at the fan base, and I completely disagree. I think about it from the perspective of Kitase, especially the other guys too, Nojima, Nomura, but especially Kitase. Look at it from his perspective. This is a guy, all right, known as the director of Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, 7, 8, 10. Producer of the 10 and the 13 series. This guy's resume is absolutely stacked. He has done so much phenomenal work. Scenario writer for 5. Director, scenario writer, event planner, 6. Scenario writer, co-director, Chrono Trigger. Director, scenario writer, 7. Director, story, event scene direction, 8. Scenario writer, chief director, 10. Co-producer on Kingdom Hearts. Then his career slows down a little bit. He's mostly producing stuff, right? He's still producing Remake as well. And I'm not saying a producer isn't heavily involved in a project and deeply invested in a project, obviously. But I want you to imagine you're this guy. You're 55. Well, more accurately, you're 45, 50 when we're discussing with the stuff we're discussing, right? You have done all of this incredible stuff with your career. You get to 2006. You worked on Kingdom Hearts, Advent Children is out. You worked on so much cool stuff. Working on all these neat games. And you get to, as Tim Rogers talks about in his review, a man literally, when at the launch event for 12, the first customer to buy a copy of Final Fantasy 12 walks up. He's the first guy in line. He's waited. He's camped out for weeks to be the first guy to get a copy of Final Fantasy 12. He walks up to the register, buys his copy, shakes hands with the president of Square Enix, and is allowed to say something into the microphone. He says, upon purchasing Final Fantasy 12, please remake Final Fantasy 7. You're this guy, all right? You've done all this work, but you supervised this. And now it's the only thing people will talk about. Remake Final Fantasy 7. Just do it. It's easy, right? Take one of the most successful and popular games of all time. Just do it again. Just do it again. Do it again. And you're getting up there. You're 55. You're not getting any younger. Ladies and gentlemen, he's not getting any younger. How long is it going to take to remake Final Fantasy VII to the scale that Remake is doing it? Let's say Part 2 is out in 2 years. Let's say it comes out in 2023, right? Another 3-4 years for the final part, maybe, if it takes 3 parts. He's going to be working on this into his 60s. This could realistically be the last big project that Kitase ever works on. He has his whole career behind him. And everything is people just saying, more 7, movie, sequel, prequel. Give us remake Final Fantasy VII. All of your accomplishments, it keeps coming back to this game. And you're left to stare down that this could be, okay, we're finally doing it. We are remaking Final Fantasy VII. We're doing it to this scale. It's going to take us this long. This is going to be... He had comments years ago before they even decided they were going to do it, where he was like, if we did it, it would be my life's work. Because if I'm doing it, it's going to be to that scale. It's going to be huge. It's going to be this big game. We're going to actually try to surpass the original. We're going to try and make something that stands on its own and is this extremely high-quality product. This is going to be the ending of his career. He's going to round out his 50s, push into his 60s, working on Final Fantasy VII Remake. Will he retire after that? I don't know. Probably not. It's a little bit young for retirement, but also a little bit old to be full-time, deeply, truly invested in a new great work of art. So you're staring down the barrel of the gun in 2015. You are going to spend the rest of this decade and most of the 2020s remaking a game you made in the 90s. The ghosts do not represent fans directly. The ghosts are not a shot across the bow at fans. This is a guy who's like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to make something special. I'm going to make something that's deeply personal again. These things are the pressures of what he's building, right? These things are the pressures that are coming in on making a project of this scale, making a project that everybody around the world is so heavily invested in, upon which so much expectation is being placed. Sure, a little bit there are representations of fans, perhaps, but I don't think that it's meant in a literal way, nor is it meant in an insulting way. I think at the end when people kill because you kill the ghosts at the ending of Remake, right? Because the ghosts are trying to keep the plot the same. They're trying to stop the plot from deviating, and at the very ending of Final Fantasy VII Remake, you kill the ghosts. And this is Sephiroth's scheme. Because there are 2 Sephiroths in the game. Well, technically, there are like 15 billion Sephiroths in the game, but there were 15 billion Sephiroths in original Final Fantasy VII. This is something everybody gets confused by. I remember I said something on the internet. I said something on Twitter a while ago about like how I made a joke about something that happens at the ending of the Shinra Tower sequence, and someone was like, yeah, Remake is really stupid, isn't it? And I was like, dude, I literally just described what happened in the original game. Like, there's bits in Remake where you see flashes of... You see Sephiroth, right? And there's like a couple frames where he becomes a guy in a cloak with a tattoo on his arm. And I've seen people respond to that going like, what are they doing? Why are they messing with it? What kind of weird Organization 13 crap are we shoving in here? Now, that was exactly what happened in the original canon. Every single time that you saw Sephiroth, it was a clone projecting the illusion of Sephiroth through the manipulation of Genova cells and Sephiroth's genetic data, because Sephiroth was cut in half 5 years ago, and he's currently in an incubation chamber in resin in the North Crater. You don't see Sephiroth physically until, what is that, like midway through the second disc or whatever? I guess it's kind of at the beginning of the second disc. It's close to the beginning of the second disc. Are there any more Squidward/Sephiroths I should know about? If you think really, really hard about it, 12 was actually just a remake of 7. If you think really, really hard about it, every game since 7 was a remake of 7. I guess the theory of the Ghoster fans comes more from the salty side of the fan base that think the ending is unnecessary, would have been better not to change anything. I mean, yeah, it comes from there, but the point is, like, it's not a theory, it's like they think they're being insulted. It's like, do you guys remember in The Last Jedi when Kylo Ren, the villain of the film, Kylo Ren, the villain of the film, during his scene where he's doing his heel face turn to full villainy, says, "Let the past die, kill it if you have to. None of this is important. Tradition is stupid." And people thought that was Rian Johnson's commentary on the series, saying, "Star Wars sucks, I hate it, I'm here to ruin it deliberately." Even though the finale of the film is Luke Skywalker, a character who began the film thinking similarly to Kylo Ren, rejects that philosophy and embraces his larger-than-life persona to save the day and inspire people around the galaxy. And people thought that Kylo Ren's speech was the author's intent. The ghosts feel very similar to me. People are way too fucking defensive. People are way too defensive and think that everything is about them and everybody's after them all the time. To me, they've said in interviews, and maybe, who knows, maybe they're lying. But they've said the next remake will mostly follow the plot of the original. I fully expect we will get a remake where the general plotting is the same, but we're allowed to change things up now. I've talked about a lot. Ninja Bunny was saying earlier, the boring middle section of 7 sucks, dude. After you leave Calm, the game spins its wheels and has a bunch of little side adventures. Some of them are good. Cosmo Canyon's pretty fun until the end when it becomes a clown shoes show, because can't we just use a soft on his dad and fix it? Isn't it fine? But it becomes this little episodic adventure, and for quite some time, and it's really going to be entirely, the most oppressed minority, Final Fantasy VII fans. Yeah, the most fan-serviced of all video game fans. Got a damn movie, got like 6 more games. Let the Past Die is still a quote some Star Wars YouTuber mocked to this day. I don't even jive with the sequels, but it's still bizarre that it's used. No, the Heroic Gangster, like, these salty Star Wars fanboys have literally created an alternate dimension where, like, that movie didn't make any money, nobody liked it, Rian Johnson is like a rapist, and he hasn't had a successful career, and I'm sure they all refused to see Knives Out on principle, and it just, these people, Alfred. This world, Alfred, is just full of people who mug and kill your parents in an alley. But anyway, I think that the next Final Fantasy VII Remake will probably be a fairly loyal following of the thing. But honestly, the middle section of 7 sucks, dude. The middle section of 7 is this episodic thing where, like, hey, the bit where you go, like, to the Golden Saucer and you meet Dyne in the prison area is, like, neat, but it really could have used a glow up because there's some weird bits there. It's so aimless. You have all this time. The entire beginning of the game is spent going, and Kathleen Kennedy's a blank. Exactly, Victor. Kathleen Kennedy's been on the verge of being fired and replaced by Dave Filoni for the last 5 years. Yeah, exactly. Dude, every week. Aw, man, Kathleen Kennedy screwed up again. She's 1 week away from being fired, I swear. Click my video. And they all get 1 million. They all get 500,000 views, and they make their money. I can't be too mad at them. They're doing something right. They're making more money than I am. But the really the middle section, because like the beginning of Final Fantasy VII and the entirety of Final Fantasy VII Remake is spent telling you Shinra Company's bad news. These guys are evil. At the ending of the Midgar section, President Shinra is taken out. He's dead, cold, on the ground, sword in his back, right? And and then Rufus gets his big intro. And after that, Rufus proceeds to do nothing. He holds a parade. He occasionally says vaguely sinister things. He tries to steal a dual prop plane from Sid Highwind, even though he has a fleet of warships and helicopters and boats. And the only thing that the Shinra Company does in the plot of Final Fantasy VII after the Midgar sequence is they shoot a laser at the North Crater, which lowers its shield, which allows the heroes to get in. That's the only thing that anybody from the Shinra Company does that significantly impacts the plot of Final Fantasy VII Original after they leave Midgar. I know Shinra's bad, but they really do awesome presentations. And I feel that what Remake is setting up with, like, they're trying to make the Cold War... Wutai's no longer subjugated. They're still independent. And Shinra is trying to scheme to get the Cold War to go hot. Having a Shinra nation, if you will, that is on the war front, that is getting ready to... on the warpath that is getting ready to start a world war, completely changes the texture of what's going on in the middle of Final Fantasy VII. A pointless side trip to Wutai, which barely elaborates on Yuffie's character, and is only made worthwhile in Final Fantasy VII The Sevening, the best remake of Final Fantasy VII in existence, instead becomes really crucial to the plot, at least hypothetically. Obviously, the next game could suck. But frankly, I don't care if the next remake sucks, because Remake 1 is so good, it doesn't matter. I don't care. Next one could suck, and it's not going to sour my opinion on the first one. It'd be truly, truly abysmal, and I still had my fun. The characters were so well considered. It's the best writing that the main cast of 7 has ever had, and I am including the original. Even if it was translated better the first time around, there's just more time spent with them, and it's not wasted time. I feel that if they are being honest and they're like saying, we're doing this remake and then we're done. We're done with 7. No more compilation. No more movies. No more spin-offs. This is it. We're doing this big final bash and then we're done. Maybe they won't do that. Maybe 30 years from now, they'll still have some FF7 teats to milk. But to me, if this really is the end, it's like, let's go out luxurious. Let's spend time with these characters. Let's really explore all of their interpersonal relationships. Let's understand who all these people are. And I think the next project could be very interesting, because in the original FF7, once you leave Midgar, the writers lose a lot of control over the script, because any given scene is clouded with 2 party members that you pick. Yes, Ninja Bunny, FF7, Final Fantasy... Yes, Final Fantasy VII Advent Children has phenomenal character writing. I love how Yuffie is still just bumbling around and talking about materia and hasn't grown or changed. I love that Vincent can teleport around and he can turn himself into a ghost and carry people inside of his ghostly sheet. I really like how Tifa doesn't do anything for the whole movie. I really like how... Actually, like, because Cloud's fine. I don't necessarily mind Cloud in Advent Children. There's really not a lot of other characters to make fun of in Advent Children because they're not around. I like the part where Barrett shows up with his robot hand that's on screen for 1 frame, and then it transforms into a gun so you can barely process what's happening. I like the part where they all fight the big dragon in the city. It was so cool. I like the part where Rufus Shinra survived the building blowing up. I liked the part where there was the guy with the white hair, and he held a box, and he turned into Sephiroth, and then they fought a lot, and they cut a bunch of buildings up. It was so badass, dude. Ninja Bunny's correct. Aerith and Zack are in the movie. There's a bit where Cloud's riding a motorcycle, and he suddenly has a seizure and talks to Aerith, because we need to remind people that this is Final Fantasy VII. And then Zack is in it for 2 seconds for no reason. It was pretty cool. Anyway, Oh, says, you know what? If Remake manages to give the story the ambiguous ending the compilation took away, I think it'll be worth it. It would be cool. You didn't, didn't I mention the gopher yet? Yeah, it could give the ambiguous ending back. Or it could do something else, who knows? See, to me, the compilation, you say it took away the ambiguous ending, but you can still look at the original piece. For me, I can compartmentalize, and I can still look at the original piece as if it has an ambiguous ending. Like that, for me, that I can just kind of... I'm just really good at doing those types of mental gymnastics, personally. He turned himself into Sephiroth. Funniest shit I ever seen. It's difficult to talk about Remake without talking about it, like, spoiling everything and getting into a lot of detail, but... And talking about the future of it is pointless because it could suck. It could be bad. But I'm infinitely more interested in it now than I would have been otherwise. Like, if it was just, like, well-made and the writing was good and it's like, okay, now wait for the next part, I would have been like, fine, sure. With the prospect of now they can do whatever they want, I'm infinitely more interested in it. Ninja Bunny, I can say whatever I want. That's the beauty of me being in control of the stream. Check this out. See, I can say whatever I want. He doesn't get mad at me. Oh, I forgot. That's going to show up in chat for you guys like 20 seconds before I say it in real life. Oh, well, it's fine. Or rather, 20 seconds. Yeah, you're going to see that in chat way before you hear me talking about it on the stream, but that's fine. Who cares? Happened when I was younger, so it had bigger impact, so the mental gymnastics are hard to do than, for example, Rise of Skywalker, failing to live up to Last Jedi. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. All right, yeah, I understand that. To be completely fair, my original, like, because I didn't really find out anything about, yes, Circo Duck, that's also censored. Like, I didn't really understand anything about, I didn't know anything about 7 until, like, I kind of discovered Advent and the original at the same time. It was a little mystery for you to figure out, Ninja Bunny. You had to do a little time detective work. Boy. 7 Remake's so good, dude. It's a fun game to play. The music is phenomenal. The acting is amazing across the board. Look, I don't have a problem with the old voice actors, but, like, I think they were consistently getting bad advice. Most of them were were not voice actors. They were actors. They did not normally do anime. They were not familiar with the source material. I don't think they were deeply invested in it. And, like, this guy's name, Steve Burton or whatever? Yeah, look, Steve did a good job. He did a good job as Cloud in Advent Children. A decent job in Kingdom Hearts. Pretty good job in Crisis Core. Go listen to Cloud's voice lines in Dissidia. The guy is so over it. He's not having fun. He doesn't care about what he's doing. He doesn't know where he is. Maybe I'm being unfair. I'm sure he's proud of the work that he did on the games and proud of playing Cloud. But, like, I don't know if you guys have watched any interviews with Cody Christensen. Like, Cloud, the way he plays Cloud, it's basically just his voice. Cody Christian is a new voice as Cloud in Remake. The woman who's playing Aerith has never done anything before, and she's the best Aerith voice we've ever had. She's better than Mandy Moore. The girl who plays Tifa's phenomenal. The guy who plays Barret is great. Like, it's just such a good cast across the board. It's the best the characters have ever sounded. And I don't mean that as an insult to the old actors, but it's different material. Maybe they would have done just as well if they'd had good material, because for the most part, all those actors were working with terrible material. Rick Gomez is a fantastic Zack. Yeah, Circo Duck. I think probably if I was given, like, if I was like, wave a magic wand and keep one normal cast member or one original cast member, I'd keep him as Zack. I know Video City won. I did love Mandy Moore as Aerith. Exactly! And the new girl's even better! Absolutely. And again, it's the best material that the voice actors for these characters have ever had to work with, so it's something of an unfair comparison. Perhaps if Steve Burton and Rachel Lee Cook or whatever her name is who voiced Tifa, maybe if they'd had decent writing, decent scripts to work with, and interesting material, maybe they would have churned out Oscar-caliber performances, but it's too late to find out now. Ninja Bunny, Zack is the only voice I don't like from the new cast. I think the new guy has big shoes to fill. But also, we've only heard him say, like, 5 lines, so not only have we only heard him say 5 lines, he's also the only character we've heard, like, other than Sephiroth, directly quoting old lines. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, there are bits where the characters are essentially saying things they said in the original game, but other than Cloud saying not interested, which is obviously he says that in Advent Children and other stuff too, other than that, Cody Christensen hasn't really, like, repeated any Advent Children lines. You know, he hasn't repeated any Kingdom Hearts lines. Sephiroth has repeated some of his lines, but the guy who's playing Zack literally had to read the exact script from Crisis Core, so we get that head-to-head comparison. So I think it's a little bit unfair for a first impression on that guy, because it's the exact same scene, shot the exact same way with the exact same lines. I think it was an unfair first impression because we all know exactly what this is. So the fact that he sounds even like just a slightly bit off really is like a splinter in your brain. So I'm willing to wait and pass judgment on his performance until we hear a bit more of him. Obviously, he had a few new lines in the DLC, because the DLCs has a little extra ending where we see a little bit more Zack, and I think he's pretty good in that scene. In fact, I would say that scene sold me on his voice even more than normal Final Fantasy VII Remake did, because he was saying different stuff. Yes, Ninja Bunny, Crisis Core is very deep. Bobcat says, I'm not a fan of Sephiroth's new voice. I've seen a lot of that. I've seen that take a lot. Honestly, I like Sephiroth's new voice. I'll be real with you. Sephiroth's old voice, amazing. Fantastic. Love it. Until you play Crisis Core, and he's like a normal guy, and he's still talking that way. You're like, what? Why are you still performing the character the exact same way? The new Sephiroth I like because he sounds, if it weren't for the way that he draws his sentences out and his inflection, he sounds like he could be a normal guy. Because Sephiroth was just like a guy who was like well liked. He had a fan, everybody loved him. He was revered. He did like TV interviews and stuff probably. So I'm very interested to see. I betcha the actor is going to perform him as like a normal dude in the flashback sequence in the next remake. In the calm flashback sequence where we talk about the Nibelheim incident, I bet he's going to perform him as like Guy until he has a psychotic breakdown, which I'm interested to see. Maybe he won't, but that's my hope. I would like if they made Rufus a bigger threat in Remake instead of just trying to fire a laser most of the time. That's what I was talking about. That's what I think they're trying to set up with all the Wutai stuff. I think that the backdrop of Part 2 is not just going to be we're looking for Promised Land and dicking around. I think there is going to be, I think Shinra and Wutai are both going to be on a war footing, and we are going to be desperately trying to stop it. Or maybe the war's actually going to happen, but we'll see about that. Bring back Lance Bass. K-Tron had the most bizarre voice cast, yeah. I like the Superman actor for Sephiroth, but was disappointed he was replaced by a Superman actor, precisely. Now, Jason says, calm flashback tutorial. Let's go. Let's take our bets now, folks. Will Remake Part 2 cold open into the flashback? Or will it start with our heroes in Calm saying, okay, Cloud, tell us what's going on. What's up with you and that Sephiroth man, huh? Man? And then we go into it, and our heroes narrate the flashback sequence? Will we go to Calm and get introduced, or will we cold open into flashback, and we won't see our modern-day characters until Cloud and Sephiroth draw their weapons and are facing each other down, and it flashes white a bunch of times, and then it fades in on the hotel room, and then Barrett goes, so what happened next? And is that going to be the first time we see Barrett and Aerith and Red in the game? Place your bets, folks. What do you guys think? Cold open in, or Calm first and our heroes? Because remember, in the original game, you get text boxes from, like, Tifa and Barrett and Aerith and Red, like, commentating on what's happening. Like, there's narration. Do you think they're going to cut that and just cold open straight in? It'd be very interesting. I wonder. Jason says, I wouldn't be surprised if they stretch the game beyond 3 games, but expanding on Wutai is a major conflict, because I'm just imagining marketing for it, as well as Mr. Joe Businessman. I think that internally they're like, this is cool, let's spread this out. But well, see, here's the thing. People are like, oh, they're spreading it out to make more money. I don't think so at all. I think that the game is so huge that spreading it out and not spreading it out and still selling it for $60 would be financial suicide. Also, development would take 20 years. But I think similarly, they are trying to not, like... Also, Joe Businessman says, if we stretch this out over 15 years, people are gonna lose interest. I don't think they're gonna push this. I think they want this series done before 2030 rolls around minimum. Like, that's too long. I think they know they'll lose people if they do that. So... Because these games are, I don't know if they'll get more expensive to make, because I'm sure a lot of the upfront cost of figuring out combat systems, figuring out the look of everything, I don't think it's necessarily going to get more expensive, but I definitely think that they're not gonna want to spend money on this for 15 years. I think eventually they're going to want to cash out. Remake Part 2 is going to have a beginning 5-hour prologue that's a condensed Crisis Core. That's the tutorial. In your dreams. I bet they will skip the flashback completely, says Dorok Zero. That's a take. I seriously doubt it. I've never even seen someone pitch that. Okay, you know what? Listen, hey, listen. That just means if it splits that way, the odds are so good for you. You're going to make so much money on this bet. Yeah, exactly, Justice. I'm also assuming Nomura and the staff don't want to work on this for more than a decade. Well, yeah, like I was talking about, Kitase is blowing, you know, it's kind of his, I imagine he kind of sees this in his own mind as like kind of his last hurrah of big game development. There are people who probably want to do other things with their careers and not literally spend 15 years on making these games, so. But there's Kingdom Hearts, so shrug, says Jason. Well, not only Tetsuya Nomura is working on Kingdom Hearts, the rest of the core development staff of 7 Remake is just working on 7 Remake. Genesis is the main character of Part 2. Gacked is backed. Can you believe we got on this because someone asked what my favorite games were? And I was like, what are my favorite games of the last 10 years? I'll go pull up that tweet, and then 7 Remake music just came on in the playlist, and then I was like, well, we're just gonna stop here for a little while, I guess. This is just where the conversation's just gonna hang out here for a while now. Sitsy Corner, I just want Nomura to make new IPs, please. You and me both, man. Nomura went from the remake, the versus decade to the remake decade, exactly. I'd be pissed if I was the guy. I'd be making freaking Verum Rex in Kingdom Hearts if I was him. 4 words. No gacked, no buy. What a good name for a pop star. What a guy. What a gacked. Gacked. Gacked is backed. Remember when your internet was dying? Yeah, remember that? And then it just didn't anymore? It's dipped once, guys. Since we were just like, since I said we'll go until it stops, it's dipped once and went immediately back up. So throughout 2020, when like I was having the real issues and I didn't stream at all, I would occasionally come over here and I'd be like, what's going on? And I'd test it, right? I'd run a test and it would be like, working. And I'd be like, sweet. And then I'd check a few hours later, not working at all. It was just totally random. The performance is just, it's just a literal dice roll, dude. I've done so much to control it and make it better than it was in 2020. I figured out stuff I can do to control it, where I can at least control the situation. As far as I can tell, I think I can control it inside the house. I think the area just gets throttled. I think it just gets throttled and says, you're done. Whatever happened to Team Tokyo, says Complete Mystery. Rearranged and dispersed into various other business divisions. To be fair, Tokyo Team was always a weird name because there were several Tokyo teams, but whatever. Gax was recently diagnosed with something? The geostigma. Dysphonia. Diagnosed with dysphonia in September of this year, has gone on indefinite hiatus. Damn. That sucks. That's awful. Jason, bigger question with how 14 and 16 are using the Creative Business Unit 3 as a marketing thing. Now I wonder why CB, Creative Business Unit 1 hasn't done that with Intergrade. Or if they plan on doing that with future games. Like, I kind of can't imagine the Creative Business Unit 1 logo in front of KH, lol. Creative Business Unit 1 is the team working on 7, right? Not working on KH. Osaka team's working on KH. I think they're still technically called... They're like Creative Business Team, like, 7 or something. And the other reason they don't market this is they keep changing around. Like, Creative Business Unit 3 used to be Business Division 5. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. It's a bunch of nonsense. You know, let's see here. Creative Business Unit 1. 7 Remake. Crystal Chronicles Remastered. First Soldier. But that's... First Soldier and Ever Crisis are outsourced. Melody of Memory. I thought that the people who did the Terrorism whatever games did that. Business Unit 2 is doing Bravely Default and crap. 4 is mobile games. Who's Osaka? I think they're just called Osaka, or they're like Business Division 5 or 6 or whatever, who knows. Osaka's combined with Creative Business Unit 1 now? Okay. Well, so with regards to the way that it's presented in front of 16, this doesn't change my point, because I was going to talk about this anyway. No, I don't think you're going to see Creative Business Unit 1 in front of Remake or Kingdom Hearts 1. Because I don't think Kingdom Hearts 1 or Final Fantasy VII Remake need team pedigree to sell. Now you say 16 doesn't either. But they want to be able to say Naoki Yoshida's attached to this. Now, to people who don't know who Naoki Yoshida is, that doesn't mean anything. To people who do, they're going to understand. They see that logo, it's the 14 guys, you know. I think that they're trying to build a little, like, this is a separate studio, and they have their pedigree, and they do their stuff. Business Division 1 literally has offices in multiple cities. I don't know why they're considered one unit. That's stupid. Why is it organized that way? My question, how do we know that Final Fantasy VII Remake will continue Part 2 will continue the original story? Because they've said so? Because they've said it's mostly going to follow the story it's mostly going to continue to follow the story. Maybe they're lying. But I don't know, or care. I'll play it, I'll find out. Maybe it'll suck. Eight Shadow 4 is being explained to about who Gact and Genesis are. So you know who Gact is. Gact is a Japanese pop star, rock star. Genesis is a character from Crisis Core, whose appearance is based on Gact, wardrobe is based on Gact, and who was in Japanese voiced by Gact. Genesis appears briefly in the secret ending of Dirge of Cerberus and is prominently featured in Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII. He sucks, and everybody hates him. FF16 is actually FF7 Part 2. They're taking it in a really different direction. I'd be down for it. If it's like a deep flashback to like society immediately after the Ancients or something, whatever, man. Go right ahead. Do you ever think a AAA video game company would do that? Just go on and tell the internet lies, says Bobcat? Kitase said it in an interview. You know, maybe they're going to change everything. And he just said, yeah, we're going to keep it mostly the same to calm people down. I don't know. We'll find out. When the trailer comes out, it'll look like the original game or it won't. We'll find out. He has a cool sword. It says 08 Dark Knight 1. He sure does. And he sure does love his poetry. That one poem. He doesn't like poetry. He likes his poem. Oh, Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. Oh, Gact. I said it would be cool if Ever Crisis gives us a Gactless Crisis Core. People said I was a madman. You can never cut, like, what's the story if you cut Gact out? It would be so easy, my friend. You can remove Gact so easily. Genesis's last name is Rasfifofadosos. That's all that needs to be said. It's true. First Soldier is actually FF7 2, really ambitious sequel. Yeah, maybe. Jason says, I'm very excited that the 14 team is doing something now. MMO, even though Heaven Sword and Shadowbringer were absolutely fantastic, shackles off. Not MMO. To be clear, it seems like they've staffed up. It's not like the 14 team stopped working on 14. I imagine a lot of like tools development people moved over to work on 16. And some of the creative leads for 14 have moved over to 16. But there's still like people are still making 14. And Walker's going to come out in a month, and they've said they're hoping to support the game for another 10 years. So it's really just that Business Unit 3 is expanded to include 2 teams. But I think they're like on the same floor or the same two floors next to each other, and like they're overseen by the same people. And there's a lot of back and forth movement between them. So True Crisis Core, the deepest game ever made. It's true. You know, you can't argue with facts and logic. It's because he's a pop star and he also writes poetry and stuff, and I hate it. I hope that part 2 is named Final Fantasy Versus 7. That would actually be really cool. They won't do it. It'd be awesome if it was called Versus 7. Maybe the last one, the last entry will be called Versus 7, because that's when they're like, we're gonna break this mother effing loop. Bobcat says, I'm sure that when FF7 Remake Part 2 comes out, we'll have tons of conflicting opinions about it and then forget about it and move on to complaining about the next thing that ruined our childhood. See, I don't complain. My childhood is ruination proof, so I don't complain about that sort of thing. And I won't move on because I'll probably like it and just continue to talk about how much I like it. Anyone who wants to accuse me of just being like a curmudgeon who hates stuff all the time and wants to hate stuff is like, just look at how I talked about 7 Remake before it came out and how much I gush about it now. I just say how I feel. I got no agenda. The new world of the Versus Epic. That's Verum Rex. Already covered there. I thought the Heavensward team moved to 16, but they got different people on the main FF14 team after. I could be wrong. Jason said something similar a second ago. Maybe it was the Heavensward team moved over and then new people came on to 14. I'm not sure. I think it's probably a mixture of both. Because like the lead writer is working on 16. The lead writer who did Heavensward is working on 16. But the lead combat designer for 16 is like a veteran Devil May Cry guy. It was new to Square, so. My childhood was mostly Kingdom Hearts and Sonic, so I thrive off my childhood being ruined to bring it on, says Ninja Bunny. Fabula Nova Remake. Yeah, my childhood's ruination proof. I don't care. Stuff that I liked when I was a kid that I don't like now, and that doesn't give me any kind of sensory dissonance. And I can still appreciate why perhaps I liked it as a kid. And get over it now. Star Wars can't be ruined for me. Kingdom Hearts can't be ruined for me. Final Fantasy VII wasn't really part of my childhood, so it wouldn't matter anyway. I guess it depends on how you define childhood. If teenager counts as childhood, then yeah, sure. Because I didn't touch that crap until probably like 2007, 2008-ish. Didn't the Twee-Wee anime come out and everybody hated it? I have no idea. I have no idea what the takes were on the Twee-Wee anime. It did come out. I didn't hear a thing about it. I'm still half convinced they'll remake Crisis Core and call it Part 0, not a full game, then maybe DLC. Bobcat, that's what Ever Crisis is for, my guy. That's what Ever Crisis is for. Remember that game we haven't seen anything about since it was announced? That's what Ever Crisis is for. Remember when that guy asked me what my favorite games were? Chrono Trigger is one of my favorite games. I really like Chrono Trigger. The Twitter list that I pulled up 3 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 7,000 years ago. My favorite games of the last 10 years. Ask me questions about them. We already talked about Final Fantasy VII Remake. Mario Kart 8. Zelda Breath of the Wild. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. Persona 5. Uncharted 4. Uncharted The Lost Legacy. Titanfall 2. Celeste. Undertale. A Hat in Time. Those are some of my favorite games from the last 10 years. My favorite games that came out in the 2000s. In no particular order, as with those. Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. Kingdom Hearts 2. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence. Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door. Mario Kart Double Dash. L.A. Noire. Which L.A. Noire come out? Was that 2010, 2011? Should that have been on my Games of the Decade list? What's my hottest Mario Kart take, says Crossburn? Double Dash is the best one. I don't know if that's hot. Do you think Ever Crisis will be remastered for consoles like 15 mobile? I don't see why not. It's extra money. I haven't played enough of Bug Fables to have a firmly solidified opinion on that Duroc Zero. I played like 5 hours of it, and I really liked it, but I haven't played enough of it to form further opinions on it. What other like PlayStation 3 era games? I like the Halos well enough. I technically have not played 1 and 2. I guess I haven't physically played the campaign of 3 either, because when Joshua was going through the Halos, we watched 1 and 2, and then I let him play 3. So I haven't physically played 3. But I own 3. I played the multiplayer of 3 a lot. Back when I actually have gold. I like Halo 3 and Halo Reach, I guess. But I don't know. I listen to just games I like, not favorite games. It's not really... Probably not the best way of doing it. God, let's think. I like Mario 64, objectively the greatest game of all time. I don't know if it's one of my favorites. I like Mario Galaxy. I don't know if it's one of my favorites. I like New Super Mario Brothers. I don't know if it's one of my favorites. I like Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2. It's probably one of my favorites. Oh, duh, Final Fantasy 12. I didn't even say that. That's like legitimately one of my favorites. Give me a really, really long, deep opinion on Voice of Cards, please. What is this? Oh, that Yoko Taro thing. I don't like card games. That's my opinion. He said Keiichi was one of his favorite games. That means he's a clone. I have no opinions on Garfield Kart. Oh wait, Dark Knight 1. Professor Layton's are pretty good. I haven't physically played KOTOR. Oh, I'm not sure I'd put either of them as one of my favorite games. I like them. I got a lot of respect for them. I'm not sure I'd put either of them as one of my favorites, but Joshua replays KOTOR like annually. Did Circo Duck just say Final Fantasy 2? One of your favorite games? And I thought Ninja Bunny had bad takes. I'm just kidding. What the hell other games were on the GameCube? There were games on that system. I even played some of them. Stare Frock's Temperatures. I didn't play that. Oh, Sonic! I like Sonic Adventure 2 a lot. Like, unironically. Sonic Adventure 1 is a game I mostly enjoy ironically. Sonic Adventure 2 is like a 50-50 split of legitimate enjoyment and ironic enjoyment. Sonic Adventure 2 is a good game. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, Uncharted 2 and Uncharted 4. I already mentioned Uncharted 4. I like Uncharted 2 a lot. Uncharted 1, honestly, having played Uncharted 1 very recently, as discussed on the Uncharted 1 playthrough, really like Uncharted 1. Uncharted 3 is a piece of crap, but we'll get to that soon enough. I really like Portal. Portal's a good game. Portal's amazing. I love Portal. Oh, that's a very controversial take. Grew up with it and it holds a special place in my heart, says Circo Duck. Got it. Okay. Ah, yes. Mario 64. The most important game ever made. Back in 1996, it was so rare to see a game tackle such a deep and emotional story as Mario 64. Before it came out, there was no art in video games. Something relatively inconsequential I have a very strong opinion on, says Crossburn. I don't know. Ruby, I guess. Relatively inconsequential. Very strong opinion. Thoughts on the Uncharted movie, says Victor. Cringe AF, bro. Cringe AF. Can we get a Portal stream sometime? Or Sonic Heroes? We would do Sonic Heroes after playing Sonic Adventure 2. I don't know when that'll happen. I don't know why I would stream Portal. Games you liked as a kid and never played as an adult? Like games I haven't gone back to? I mean, I haven't played anything on the Game Boy Color in years. There's plenty of games I played back then that I've gone back to. Any David Cage games on your favorites? Hell no. Hell no. Can't stand that French pervert. Metal Gear Solid 1 is a good game. Modern Warfare 2 is a fun game. Even though it's nonsense, it's not nearly as good as the first one. It's still fun. It's still a good game. Final Fantasy VII Original's a really good game. I count that as one of my favorite games, probably. I'd have to have my collection in front of me, and even then I forget stuff. Like, I don't own Persona 4, and that's one of my favorite games. I'm literally just Googling, like, best games X console and just, like, reading through for anything that I have a strong feeling on. I have very fond memories of Mario Kart 64, despite never owning a Nintendo 64, because I played it every chance I got, but, like, Double Dash and... Like it's very hard to go back to 64 just because everything after it's other than Super Circuit's just better, including Wii. I like Wii better than 64, and Wii's Wii. Wii's good, but Wii's a mess. It's got problems. I mentioned it. I already talked about games the last 10 years I had in time, but I saw Banjo-Kazooie and made me think of I had in time. I like Team Fortress 2. Team Fortress 2 is a good video game. I've been enjoying Splitgate a lot, but I'm not sure I'd call it one of my favorite games. Are you caught up on 14's story, asks Jason. Vaguely. I have a vague sense of the general outline of the plot, but only mostly. I haven't watched a full LP of it or anything. I have a broad sense of what's going on in 14. Would you play a proper RPG-style console version of Kingdom Hearts Union Cross? No, I would not, Anubis Block. I think Union Cross sucks. I think it is the least interesting game. I mean, that's not fair. I think the story sucks. Better gameplay, I wouldn't care. I would not care. Barnyard on PS2. Why is that one a meme? Is there any reason that one's a meme that caught on? I don't have any Kirby opinions, Crossburn. I've never really played any Kirby games. Any Final Fantasy 15 on your favorites? No. I thought the movie would just justify being a prequel, would be a prequel to justify younger actors, but they were also implementing 3 and 4 story elements, huh? Yeah, I think it's just, I figured they would stick with the original continuity and just set it in the 90s and just have young Nate and Sully. But clearly they have aspirations of this being a big film franchise, so they're just doing their own thing. And stealing imagery and scenes wholesale from the games at the same time. That Uncharted movie's good. It's cringe. Complete Mystery says, Jacob, what's going on the third part? Third part of what? I'm confused. Third part of what, Complete Mystery? I'd recommend 14 at least watching the cutscenes because someone said it before, Shadowbringers is almost like a better KH. I think I made comparisons to Shadowbringer on the last stream that we did. I know what's going on in 14. I just haven't watched it like religiously. I know enough to get a lot of the memes. I know the characters. I know the general outline of the plot. I'm not completely in there. Because someday I may play it, so I haven't like just gone and watched all the cutscenes. Because then, like, if I were to play the game and I'd already watched all the cutscenes, I'd lose it. So, like, I've read plot summaries and I have the broad idea of the broad strokes of what's happening. But I'm not going to go watch all the cutscenes in case I actually play it someday. Because I'm not going to be into the gameplay that much. So, like, if I watch all the cutscenes, there's no reason for me to play it. Any fighting games, says Victor? I'm not really a big fighting game guy. I like Smash. All right. I understand enough of I understand what's going on in fighting games enough that I can usually watch. Like, I can watch competitive play and, like, get it and respect it and appreciate it. But I'm not good enough. Yeah, it is genuinely way better than you'd think Barnyard on the PS2 would be. I have heard of Tech and the Power of Juju, says, oh, I have heard of that Dark Knight. I haven't, I've heard of it. That's the limit of my knowledge. Pokemon would be a good movie. That should be a movie. They would definitely be good, yeah. Uh-huh. Remember that Detective Pikachu movie? Remember they did that? That was a movie that came out. That was wild that happened. Third part of your commentary is Complete Mystery. Oh, you weren't here earlier. So that was the plan. Then I couldn't stream. The internet didn't work. And nothing was working properly. The stream was not going through. Internet wasn't working. I fought with it for some time and gave up. Things stabilized enough that I thought we could just sit here and talk for a bit, which we've now been doing for about 2 hours. But the front hour of this is unintelligible garbage of the stream cutting around and not processing properly. When you watch this archive, if you are so inclined to, which you probably shouldn't, the reason that I even have the chat on screen right now is because the... Oh, crap. I didn't mean to do that. That's not good. is because the chat archives on YouTube are synchronized to timestamps in the video. But if the signal cuts completely out, right? Then that means the chat will be desynchronized, because in real time, let's say the video cuts out and there's 30 seconds of no signal going through. In the archive, it will just jump from when it cut to when it came back. The 30 seconds won't pass. But the chat will continue apace as if 30 seconds of gap had been there. So the video and the chat will not sync up. What are my future plans for it? Says Complete Mystery. For the... I don't know. We'll do it whenever. We will try and do this again another day, but frankly, my voice is kind of shot, so I doubt I'm going to feel up to it tomorrow. So we will try again sometime this coming week, maybe. I don't know. We will continue with part 3 when I feel up to it and when I have time. Maybe Wednesday. I don't know. Jacob, enough of this positivity. Tell us your least favorite games. Be rude and mean and vicious. I don't know. See, I generally make... Have a good night, Durock Zero. We're probably going to wrap up soon here, too. My voice hurts. For the most part, when I buy games, I'm pretty frugal in general. I'm very careful with my money. I don't buy stuff unless I'm like, I want it, usually. I'm trying to think of a game that I've played, that I own, that I don't, like, that I despise. Let me look at my shelf. I have a shelf over here that's like PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4 games. And some of my Wii games. Like, my GameCube stuff, all my handheld stuff is not here. But I can look at some of my games to see if anything jumps out as a game I don't like. The closest thing over there to a game that I would, like, actively make fun of or call bad or whatever. There are games I'd make fun of, but, like a game I would be rude and mean and vicious towards is The Force Unleashed. That's sitting over there on that shelf. I'd make fun of that game. I'm not going to, but I could if I wanted to. You should put it behind your stream so people will know you're an accomplished gamer. Yeah, I probably should, but I don't care. I don't care. Complete Mystery says DDD. Well, I think that's a given. I'm done being mean to Kingdom Hearts, though. I don't have the energy to be mean to Kingdom Hearts right now. I have Lightning Returns. The damn time mechanic sucks. Because I play all my games slow. Circo Duck just said damn. Circo Duck's allowed to say damn, but if Circo Duck says boobies, YouTube censors it. Okay. Uh-oh. My CPU's not happy. I probably need a new computer. This computer's kind of old now. This is a 2012 model. I think I upgraded the RAM in it once. I probably need a new computer, but I don't want to spend the money on it because... But which word was censored here? Ooh, damn or boobs? Problem is, I also have to spend money on a new camera and new tripod and some other equipment I need for my job. I could probably make it a company expense. Like I could get the company to, I could make it company equipment and I wouldn't have to spend the money on it. But at this rate, I'd rather just buy it for myself and have it be my equipment. YouTube censors bobs, but what about breasts? Yeah, I guess it censors breasts too, says Diego RD. I mean, that's I guess Diego RD, it censors breasts. I own 13.2, which is a game I keep saying I despise, yet I saw it for $9 at Walmart a few months ago and bought it. Is that the Sigma male grind set? I don't understand what people say when they mean that, but that feels like the Sigma male grind set. I have no real interest in Castlevania Dark Knight 1. I have respect for their design and their aesthetic. Like, I have a respect for the Castlevania series, but not like a particular fondness or interest. Memory description is not censored. We found a loophole, boys. Victor said, I said killin'. You spelled it without the G, and I got censored. Yeah, I think I've had some videos tank because I put words that YouTube doesn't like into them. Like, I made a video called Are Good Graphics Killing Good Games? If I recall correctly, like, the video actually got locked up for a little bit when I first made it. Like, it couldn't release it because of that name. And I think it killed its algorithm potential. I didn't rename that one, but I did rename the Nintendo DS Bubble the death of traditional, or I think I would have called it like the death of traditional handheld, the death of handheld gaming, but I didn't want to because YouTube won't like me putting death in the title. Is the word photo censored, says Victor? Possible. I hate how much I want to have a cool gamer shelf with lots of games on them. I even bought a Mimos to put on, and I'm pathetic. I can't believe YouTube took our... You can't say... Why not? Complete Mystery just said breast, and it didn't get censored. What the hell? There's no rules in this monkey house. Blouse biscuits. That's my favorite euphemism I heard in a Yakuza game. I kind of have a gamer shelf, Ninja Bunny. It's very utilitarian, the shelf that I have over there, which is just PS3, PS4, and Wii U games, a couple of Switch boxes. In my room, my bedroom, I have a shelf that's like GameCube games and Nintendo DS games and a few other items. And I have one shelf that is a number of like books with really nice covers that are turned facing outward. Well, it was censored that time, Ninja Bunny. I can't believe the Master of Masters' name is Photograph. I saw someone made a joke about that on the last stream when we were watching that scene between the Master and Xehanort. I missed it the night of, but I was rewatching it, and I saw somebody make that. That was a funny joke. Maybe that was you, I'm not sure. E-E-U-ah-ah. But I have one shelf that's got a, it's got 3 main attractions outturned. There are other items on it as well. three main attractions are a making of Star Wars book. It's Lucas and Mark Hamill standing in the desert talking about a scene. My strategy guide for Chain of Memories, which is the cover of Chain of Memories, which is a great cover, and an art book for Persona 4, which is the cast of Persona 4 with their enemy stands standing behind them. And I own a couple of amiibo. I bought Toon Link and Toon Zelda a few years ago, technically for my brother, but I guess, if he wants them, they're his, but he didn't take them to college with him. They're out of their case and have been used a few times because they drop items in Breath of the Wild and stuff. I also purchased a while ago an amiibo of Solid Snake and also an amiibo of his companion Meryl. I mean Princess Daisy. I purchased them just because the Snake one's cool and I like Daisy. And then after I got them, Josh was like, you bought Snake and Meryl. And I was like, oh my god, I didn't even realize it, but you're right. Complete Mystery said breasts, and it got censored that time. Breasts! If you say breast, singular, it doesn't get censored. If you say breasts, plural, it gets censored. Test it. Everybody test breast versus breasts. Test it right now. Diego RD, who did you romance in P4? Well, I didn't play it, so I did not deliberately romance anyone. It's been a long time since I thought about my Persona 4 waifu. I really like Rise, though. I know people joke that she's easy, but, whether Kanji is gay or bi, I don't care. I'm not moving in. I'm not moving in on Naoto until Kanji has himself worked out. Breasts. Chicken breasts. Booba. Breasts. Breast with space. All right. Looks like it's breasts. When someone says it with an S, then we're in trouble. I think that's how it works. We've cracked the code. Yeah, we've cracked the code here. I got this new anime plot. Basically, this is high school girls getting huge boobs. A real set of badonkers packing some. Bononkeroos. You should not molest breasts unless asked. Darkness is Chie best girl. Chie would be my other favored girlfriend in P4 other than Rise. To be clear, I love the core cast of P4 in its entirety, but in terms of people I'd want to date personally, I'm not super into Yukiko and all the side hussies in P4. One thing I will say about P4, I love P4. I really don't like the side social links. I mostly don't care for. P5 is really well rounded in terms of quality main cast and quality you're freaking second. Boggadahongahongas is not this. Bobcat's second one is so ridiculous it didn't get censored. And goal is to have a gamer shelf with only Madden and style savvy trendsetters on it. That should have been censored. What was I talking about? I got distracted thinking about Hooters. What the hell was I talking about? Someone help me. I wasn't even actually thinking about boobs. I just got distracted laughing at a joke, and I got no idea. I got no idea what I was talking about a second ago. Crap. No, absolutely no idea what I was saying. Someone help me out. What was I talking about? Oh, I was talking about best Chie, Persona 4. I was saying the cast, I like the overall cast of Persona 5 I like better. The core cast of Persona 4 is so good. But the supporting cast of 4, other than Nanako and Dojima and Adachi, mostly sucks. Will it censor if I type gamers? Seems not. Personality-wise in real life, I suspect I would get on best with Naoto. But maybe Chie. I realized something. Part of when I realized I think this game is doing something special in P4 was when I got to the end of Risei's social link when I was watching it for the first time, and she made a decision I disagreed with. She makes a decision I was like, this. I didn't think that was where her arc was going, and I really thought she was going to do something else. And I realized in my head, I went, I disagree, but I'm going to support your decision. And as soon as I said that in my head, I stopped myself and went, this is a fictional character. And I just had a whole, internal monologue about how I think she's making the wrong decision, but it's not my call to make, and I'm going to be there for her and support her. And that was when I realized, I think this Persona 4 game is pretty special. And I think that moment with Risei was kind of like, okay, I think I just got really sucked in by like this person, this human being. And that's kind of why I, in my head, kind of skew towards her. But I haven't had a serious consideration about who my waifu is in Persona 4 in a long time. Persona 5, it's Haru. Makoto's too type A for me. I think we would get along conversationally. I think if we lived together, we'd want to kill each other after a week. Haru's driven. She has goals. She has a fun personality. She has dreams. I love Haru. She's great. Yeah, Ninja Bunny says, Persona 2 and Persona 2 both have the best main cast, but P3 is the best side social links. The main characters 3 aren't as good as characters as the social side link. That's the thing that I've always heard, is that the social links in 3 are really good, the side ones, but I haven't watched many of them, and I can't stand the main cast of 3. Whenever I try to, like, dedicate, like, 'cause I know the whole plot of 3, and I've watched all the major important beats, but every time I just try to watch a playthrough of it linearly, it's like, God, I can't stand Yukari. And I don't like Mitsuru, and I know where their characters go later on, and I've watched their social links, and I just still don't care. I like Aigis a lot, and like I like what that story's about. I respect Persona 3. I respect what it's trying to do, but like I just find it so long and so boring in terms of its like raw execution. Do you like Sumire and P5R? Yeah, I like Sumire actually. I was a fan of Sumire. I liked her more than Marie. Or Mari or whatever. You get to be a jerk to people in P3, which is great. I guess we want to look at it from that perspective. I love P3's main cast because they all hate each other. Tog is the best one. You can be a petty jerk towards Yukari right up until the end, and that's just great. See, I can't, like, sure, fine, but I don't need to do that for 80 hours. Give me the investigation team or the freaking Phantom Thieves any day, dude. I respect. So I respect a lot of stuff about P3, but I don't want to spend 80 hours with those clowns. I don't want to spend 80 hours with Yuka or going, the enemy! Oh, guys, be careful! I'm not saying Risei's a ton more useful. Futaba is actually useful. But at least Risei's like, you know, okay, guys, let's kill these guys. Let's do it. Come on. Thank you, Risei. Thanks for that pep talk. I appreciated it. Ninja Bunny says, it isn't really high school if everyone isn't always nipped at each other constantly with petty drama. Hey, listen, you know what? I play video games to escape. I don't play it to live out bullshit for hours and hours. Oh, this is a 30-minute extension. We don't need to listen to this for 30 minutes. It's a good track. I'll leave it on for like another minute, then I'll probably cut it off. Then again, we probably need to stop pretty soon anyway. It's late, and we're accomplishing absolutely nothing. What about Persona Q? I own it. I beat the first dungeon. I was not interested. I don't like it. That falls into the ATSTs category for me. There's a lot of fan service. I find it deeply uninteresting. It doesn't take the characters very seriously. Ninja, you need to stop saying Persona 2 and Persona 2. You need to stop. That's too chaotic. Shut up, Crossburn. Yosuke is fine. He only does a couple of slightly highly immoral things. They're very minor. He wants to look at boobs occasionally, and he later tries to kill a guy who he thinks is a murderer. I don't agree with the trying to kill the guy who he thinks is a murderer thing, but, and I don't agree with the looking at boobs thing either, but it's a Japanese RPG. There's gonna be a character who wants to look at boobs. There's always a horny toad. I say that, honestly. The cast of Persona 5 are not very horny. People get mad at Ryuji for being horny, but, like, he only gets horny when characters literally walk in front of him in bikinis. And he's like, well, it's happening. I might as well enjoy it. I want a Persona game where you can be gay. Persona 2. I want a Persona game about college students and or adults. Persona 2. See, I'm not super jazzed about like the have them be adults or in college or whatever. Like that'd be fun, but I don't care too much. Have a good night, Dark Knight. We're probably gonna wrap up soon. Do you know anything about Naruto Complete Mystery? Asks. I know the general outline of the plot because I've read like an overall plot outline. I've watched bits and pieces, so I generally know the plot outline. I tried watching it once years ago. I quit on like episode 11, like episode 8, I think. I can't do this. This is so boring. What I know about Naruto leads me to think I really would not care for it. I want a Persona game where I like all the characters, Persona 2. I like all the characters in Persona 4 and 5, except some of the social link characters in 4. And even then I don't dislike them, I just don't find them as interesting. Like, for example, Aya Bihara, she's like, I kind of didn't like her in the game, but the anime, there's like an episode of the anime that's just about Ai, that I actually really like that episode. It kind of sold her a lot better. Maybe I just didn't give her a chance when I watched her play through the game the first time around, and then when I returned to watching it again, I just kind of skipped that side stuff. And I like every character in 5, except maybe the arcade kid, but I don't hate him. He was just like there. I was like, yeah, fine, whatever. There needs to be a kid. There's always a kid. He's fine. I understand why people don't like Ryuji. Ryuji's cool. He's my bro. I want a Persona game where you don't understand where the game wants you to go half the time. Persona 2. Persona 4 works better as an anime than as a game, in my opinion. I don't know if I'd say better, in my opinion, but I do think the Persona 4 anime is really good. I think that the Persona 4 anime, I don't know if I'd say it's a substitution, but it is one of those situations where it's like, if you don't have the time, you can watch the anime and you'll get it. Like, it's a really authentic experience. What about One Piece? Never read or watched One Piece. I've watched Best Guy Ever's 4-hour lecture on One Piece. I think One Piece sounds pretty cool, but I'm not in desperate urgency to read or watch it personally. I need to pull something up really quickly. We're gonna watch a little bit of Best Guy Ever's video now. And you cannot stop me. Bam. There it is.
I love being on the land and not on the sea. Like, I really hate the sea. Like, all the salt water and all of, like, the clouds and all the deep open man. That is, like, really bad. And I really like the mountains. And, oh, my God!
Class dismissed.
We gotta put this, what am I doing? We gotta put this full screen. We gotta put this full screen just for a moment. We gotta appreciate Nate here with the Sigma male grind set.
And now class is back in session, everybody. Oh, it's me, Best Guy Ever, here to do another friendly lecture, now about One Piece. Yeah, I know. We all feel the same way. Well, first of all, I am the Best Guy Ever. I run a YouTube channel with this guy, Give and Take, aka Hypocrite. We are co-gay captains of the Pod Decast Pirates, aka the best hippo ever pirates. Something along those lines. Yeah. You should check out the podcast and all the other stuff we do too.
Yes, that is correct, Diego RD. Netflix has announced they are doing a One Piece live action show. I'm sure it will be cringe. Just like the Bebop show is cringe.
What is it? Why would we want to do that?
Why would you want to do that? Because One Piece is a very beloved manga series by one Eiichiro Oda, a handsome young Japanese man in the prime of his youth, just trying to make ends meet and get his mom money so she can afford that operation. And let's see how it goes over his 23-year-long quest to do so.
I love that. That's so good, dude. Is there a link to the... Is there like a quick shortcut to the part that I want? If he read a newspaper for once in his life, he would know Sabo was alive! Here's what I wanted. I knew somebody had timestamp to this. This part's so good.
A big bazooka that ate the He has a sword that has eaten the elephant devil fruit, so he can just swing and boom like an elephant face is coming at you.
Yeah,
it's pretty sick.
That's fucking
It's pretty cool.
awesome.
It's pretty. There's another guy in Alabasta. There's this guy, Mr. Four, who's he's like a batter. He has a dog, or he has a big bazooka that ate the dachshund dog devil fruit, and is a dog, and it barks baseballs, exploding baseballs at him. That as a batter, he bats at you, and then he hits you, and then they explode because they're also bombs. So, you know.
That's so elaborate.
It's great is what it is, Tom.
Is Oda okay?
Oda is a very creative young man. He's got lots of good ideas.
There's one word for it, sure.
So,
Wait, the bazooka.
Yeah.
The bazooka ate a fruit.
yes,
And
there
then
were,
gave birth out of its bazooka hole to a dog.
No.
The bazooka has the ability to turn into a dog.
yes.
Oh, okay.
But the
Trish,
dog-
okay, now it makes sense.
Yeah, right. And it shoots exploding baseball bombs. That's correct.
That's awesome.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah. Yeah. So I was answering the question of so Kuma is a cyborg.
God, I love... Is Oda okay? Oda's a very creative young man.
That's so elaborate.
It's great is what it is, Tom.
Is Oda okay?
Oda is a very creative young man.
I adore that. That's so good. It's so funny. I love that so much. Oda is a very creative young man. Just trying to make ends meet so his mom can get that operation. And let's see how it goes for him. How can a weapon eat a fruit? It says 8 Shadow 4. Don't worry about it. Oh, dude, the cannon. Hey, the dog fruit is so good. The only good live action anime is that Sailor Moon, however you pronounce that show unironically. Weren't there some live action Ace Attorney movies that people liked? I don't know if those count as live action anime movies, but I think they count. God, that Cowboy Bebop show. What's the guy who's playing Spike? What's his name? I forget the guy's name. John Cho, yeah. And he's a good actor. And in interviews, he's talking about, like, he talked about how he's taking the role, like, super seriously. Like, basically, he was injured on set shooting Cowboy Bebop. And they had to delay shooting for, like, a month or two while he recovered. And he felt really bad about it. It's like, it's the middle of the pandemic. I am literally, like, disrupting people's livelihood. Like, a lot of people are, like, working. Like, I'm disrupting people's jobs. And so when I came back, I took it extremely seriously. I was, like, completely dedicated to doing this and not screwing it up and keeping the production going. And in the trailer, the teaser for Bebop they recently released, to be completely fair, the only thing he's really missing is that Spike usually goes through life with a grin on his face. But, you know, I don't mind a slightly different interpretation of the character. He does have the right vibe. Like, there's a bit where Faye snatches a bowl of noodles out of his hand and throws it at a goon, and he goes, I was gonna eat that. And it feels very Spike. So, you know, maybe the performances will be good, but, like, I fully expect the scripts to be cringe to the max. I expect every actor other than the core 3 actors to have no idea what they're doing and to not be handling the material correctly at all. It's gonna be a complete disaster. Phoenix is canonically a lesbian in them? Okay. I still don't know why OBS is doing this flickering thing with the iTunes little thing. I need to get someone who knows about streaming to really help me completely overhaul all my OBS crap, but I'm not messing with it now. Guys, remember earlier when I told you that it said my dropped frames percentage for the stream was at 21% of the stream? It's now dropped down to like 4% of the stream. That's how much material we lost earlier, and indeed how much material we've still lost. You watched ReZero? No, I have not watched ReZero. ReZero's... What's that anime? I know the name. Ah, it's that isekai shit! I should have known. That isekai shit. The only good isekai is The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And the New Testament. What's the other isekai that I keep joking about? We had a whole conversation a while ago about isekais, and someone pointed out something. I was like, oh my god, you're right, that's an isekai. It wasn't Kingdom Hearts, right? I think we made jokes like Kingdom Hearts kind of like borders on being an isekai, but something else we talked about. Like, we were like, oh my god, that's an isekai, but what was it? Oh, it was like Tactics Advance and Tactics Advance 2 are both. Yeah, I was right. We had a conversation about how there were no Final Fantasy isekais before, yeah, and 10 is the isekai. Yeah. Isekai is the best genre, just not when horny people do it. Yeah, the Tactics Advance games and 10 are both isekais. We had a conversation about that in a previous stream, I believe. I'm not gonna do that. I was gonna go pull up some of Jerry Freeman's videos on isekais, but I'm not gonna do that. You said isekais are good when they're not made by horny people. God, where is it? God, I kind of want to watch it, but we probably shouldn't. Where is it? Is it still up, or did he take it down? Because he purged a lot of his old videos. Please still be up. Where's Mommy Isekai? Did he take it down? No, dude. Why did he take Mommy Isekai down? Is it unlisted? Because he has a playlist of unlisted stuff. Please be in here. Yes, it's still good. Okay, all right. I need to make a... He got rid of Konosuba, Best Anime, and Mommy Isekai. I need to make copies of both of these because I love both of those videos so much. Konosuba, Best Anime is a 6-minute long just like incredibly sarcastic video about how Konosuba sucks. And Mommy Isekai was in that like, do you like my mom and her two-hit combos or whatever the hell it's called anime? Where it's the Isekai but the mom comes along? It's so good, dude. What a great video. Listen here, mother, if you're gonna do anything in this show, I need you to stay at least 10 feet away from your son at all times. And there are two different girls. One of them is like, oh, I'm not very good. But I'm messing it up. Freaking, how did he put it? You know, we're not gonna watch the whole video. We're gonna watch one bit of the video, because it's a good-ass video. I'm gonna get copyright ID'd. Hold on. Where's the bit that I want here? Here it is. Hold on.
But Smith is there, so everything's different.
Did you think when Hideaki Anno was creating Evangelion and he brought up the idea of Asuka, everyone was like, oh no, wait, if you put her into the show, it will literally ruin the entire genre for the next 30 fucking years. Because guess who the fuck joins along with Mommy's Boy? That's right, a shy girl and a hot-headed girl. And they have two different personalities.
And they are not Rei and Asuka.
I might not be great, but I'll try my best. Oh, you scum, Baka. Listen here.
So good. Playing an RPG Maker game right now that's called Rakuen. It's like the perfect isekai. It's sad, and the isekai world is there to give the protag a new outlook on life and make them a better person by the end, and more understanding person, and that's perfect isekai right there. That's also the Trons are also isekai, and the second one in particular is very much in that theme. Both, I mean, Shadow 8 Shadow 4, just go to Jerry Freeman's channel, go to his playlists, look at his unlisted videos, and find the video called Konosuba Best Anime, which has a photo of Pro Jared on the front. The Tron movies are both visually, and like the way they're cut together is really interesting, where like, you have at the beginning of both films, the real world is shot as this unknowable, impenetrable maze. In the first film, even more intensely, because you've got you have the Encom offices, which is presented as like this impossibly large, labyrinthine, oppressive, sterile office space with weird contraptions and hallways that don't seem to lead anywhere and rooms that don't seem to do anything. And the real world is shot where the exterior is always out of focus. There are overhead shots of the city where the only thing you can see is the red like lights on the helicopter blades. And the rest of the city is just twinkling lights and it's out of focus and there's no definition to any of it. And in the scene where Alan and Laura, or whatever her name is, are driving to and from, scenes where they're driving to and from the arcade to see Flynn, it's all inside the car. All the shots are inside the car, and the exterior is always out of focus, and it's just a blur of lights going by. And it's very similar to the way, and the opening uses the CGI intro stuff that's used when Flynn gets sucked into the computer world. But it transitions us to overhead shots of a human city. There's just a maze of lights and shadows. And the convince me that this chat is an isekai. I'm a person from the real world sending myself into an actually, no, I give up on this joke. The video city one says, it took 3 hours, but we're back to Tron. Listen, you guys are always like Jacob. I always complaining about shit. And then I start talking about stuff I like, and people are like, shut up, Jacob. Shut up. No, I'm going to talk about Tron. So, and then the arcade, very similarly, You never see outside of it. We see like a couple of exterior shots of the arcade to establish it. But the world around it is dark. It's hard to see. Inside, it's a cacophony of light and sound, but it's all very dimly lit and shadowy. We go into Flynn's little apartment above the arcade. It looks like freaking Blade Runner, the way the lights are coming through the blinds. Then you go into the computer world, and it's a similarly dark, oppressive, maze-like, impenetrable environment. At the end of the film, our main character, who begins the film feeling directionless and cheated, doesn't really know what to do with his life. He's kind of stuck. He's lost in the world. He's trapped. You're only allowed to talk about how much you like Mario 64, Jacob. All right, Ninja Bunny. He's aimless. He's lost his direction. He's lost his purpose in life. He goes, he seeks it out. I mean, in this first Tron's, the plot, as we talked about last time, I don't find particularly compelling or sloppy. It's about a guy stealing documents to prove that some guy ripped him off so he can get a job. It's not super duper, like the actual what he's doing isn't super compelling. But it's a guy who's very talented, who's lost a sense of place in life, and is floundering. And at the end, the final scene of the movie is we finally see the world in its daytime. We're on a rooftop, deep focus. We can see the whole city as Flynn arrives, now the head of the company, to see his friends on the roof, right? Visually, it all works, even though the story lets it down a little bit. The sequel is so much better in that regard, where the real world is ugly and dark for most of what we see of it. The only time we see the world during the day at the beginning of the film is there's a scene where we see Sam get on his bike and run away from home after his dad goes missing. But even then, it's an overcast day. I think it's like raining, or it's about to rain. It looks like a scene from freaking Zodiac. It's not a pleasant place. When he's driving to the Encom building in the present day, all the cars are dark. He's pursued by a motorcycle cop. It's not as aggressive on making the city unseeable, because we're establishing we can't really do a scene on a motorcycle where the entire environment is blurry and unseeable. But then when they make up for this, because when he goes into the Encom building, we've ditched the sterile, brightly lit maze of hostility, and the whole building is dark and shadowy and claustrophobic. Fantastic set design in that movie. And Sam as a character is way more aimless. He has, unlike Flynn in the original film, the potential to go and do things right now, the potential to have direction in his life, and he's simply skirting it. He's throwing off his hypothetical responsibilities and just kind of coasting. It doesn't have a purpose in life. The end of the movie, he's finally managed to find and reconcile with his father. He's found a bit more purpose in his life. He's found someone that he cares about that he's going to take care of with Cora. He's going to go show the real world. And he's going to retake his place at the company. And the end of the film is both Sam not only just driving around in the daylight, driving around through nature, driving through trees, driving across a bridge, very open perspective, freedom, and the sun rising, and Cora gets to see the sun for the first time. It's very clean, those two movies. There's a lot of thematic consistency and stylistic consistency between the two of them that I think people don't talk about, because both of them are essentially the black helicopter with the red outline is so cool. Yeah, at the beginning of Tron, the freaking Encom helicopter is like the coolest helicopter in any movie. The freaking shot at the beginning where you see that red helicopter against that black cityscape is so cool. Because it's a black helicopter with red lighting trim on it. It's so awesome. Both movies have oppressive real-world settings, which are then juxtaposed against oppressive maze-like computer world settings. Both star a character whose life has become aimless and directionless, who is not living up to his potential, and he goes on an adventure that inspires him to go back and take his life back and refine his potential, which is accompanied by seeing the real world as a much more liberated, open place in broad daylight. It's perfect. And it's honestly very good thematic stuff and very good imagery to do for if they did another Tron, I know they're doing a 3, and I'm sure it's going to suck. It would have been neat if they'd done one that was like about social media, right? About a character who's lost and feels displaced in the world, doesn't know who he is, doesn't know what he is, doesn't know what he's going to do with his life. And maybe a lot of the commentary is on social media culture and how it kind of can distance us from each other and cast us adrift in the world instead of bringing us together. And maybe instead of going inside of a computer, he goes inside of a server on Twitter or some crap. Who knows? But stories about young men or women who feel displaced in life, who go on an adventure and return to the real world having found renewed purpose. As Ninja Bunny was saying a second ago, that's isekai. And I guarantee you, Tron 3... You mean Ralph breaks the internet, says Ninja Bunny? Yeah, exactly. And then Ralph breaks the internet sucks, so what do I know, right? But here's the thing. If it was done in a cool Tron-y way, it wouldn't just be like, here's brand, because it would be using fake brand, it'd be using a fake brand, and it would be about the functionality of a social media service. And it would probably be like about a evil corporation that's stealing a bunch of people's information, and it would be about and there would be hostile programs that are infiltrating accounts or whatever, and who knows? I don't know. I haven't thought about it very much, but just thinking about the themes of Tron, having a character who is in the real world, lost in a digital sea of the internet of social media, and then in some way, be it inside of a computer, inside the systems of a cell phone, inside a social media server, coming to find purpose and then returning to the real world. It's a thematic consistency between those two movies that I suspect the people writing Tron 3, because it's different people than worked on Legacy, I'm willing to bet they won't know or understand or care about. And it's just going to be a special effects movie with Marvel quips, and it's going to be shot like a Marvel movie, and it's going to suck. Legacy was shot like a David Fincher movie. It was so cool. Legacy was so cool, dude. The Red Letter Media guys, they did a review of Tron and also of Legacy. And they talk about, and I agree with this, if Tron had been done even 5 years later after they'd acquired Marvel and those Marvel movies were doing so well, it would have been a completely different movie. The tone would have been totally boggled. It would have been shot completely differently. The script would have been so quippy, and Tron Legacy is such a low-key, carefully shot movie about people talking in low voices to each other in apartments, and it's so good. I love Tron Legacy. It's about big fight scenes followed by people sitting around and having quiet conversations. It's so good. So Kingdom Hearts 3's new social media thing mixing with Tron 3's social media plotline would be hilariously dope. Yeah, but it wouldn't happen because if the people working on Kingdom Hearts remembered Tron, there's no way that Tron wouldn't have come up in Kingdom Hearts 3. When you're actively bringing up Data World shit, Tron should have been actively involved in fixing the character fixing Roxas and fixing Xion and crap. It would have been so easy. Tron should have been decoding Ansem the Wise's data, not Chip and Dale. It's ridiculous. They're all half of the story cutscenes in Kingdom Hearts 3 take place in the room where Tron is, and no one ever even brings him up. It's insane. I watched Tron Legacy and was so confused the entire time because I was 6% of it was related to Tron stuff from KH2, but I wasn't sure because I was a small child and also very dumb when Legacy came out. I was about to say, I'm sensing that you saw this in theaters in 2010 and you'd played Kingdom Hearts 2 and that was it, and that was your only exposure. Everybody should watch both Trons. They're so good. I'm sure a lot of people watching Tron now would hate it, and I'm get over yourself. Look at how much work went into this. Look at how much, I don't think people understand how much work went into Tron, because there's no animation software. Every single frame of digital effects in Tron, if you watch a scene that's fully computer animated in Tron, the way they had to do that was they had a spreadsheet on paper where they wrote down numerical values for the position of the camera and the position of every asset on screen. And that was one frame. Then they would pull out a new spreadsheet, and they would input the correct X, Y, and Z coordinate movements for the camera and every 3D object in the scene for the next frame of the movie. and then they would do that again manually. And then they would feed that information into a computer to generate all of the images, and then they had to wait for that to be rendered out and printed in for the film to be processed, and then they could look at it and see if it worked. They had to direct entire scenes in their minds by math. How could you not like Tron? You get 3 David Warner characters. You make a solid argument. I've got so much respect for the original Tron. It's wild thinking about how they made that movie. Like, I don't, like... Thinking about just, like, animators sitting at a computer and being like, I'm going to draw this model and I'm going to have it animate. Like, thinking about, like, some, like, Avengers Endgame, which is a movie that I like, but, like, comparing that to the guys working on Tron who said, we want the movie to look this way, and it's going to be the most back-breaking, labor-intensive special effects thing ever done, including Star Wars, and we just don't give a shit, we're going to do it. And then it came out half as well as it did, is so remarkable to me. Was there a Fortnite Tron crossover? I don't know about that. I mean, to be fair, Tron Legacy did fairly well for itself at the box office. I mean, they were gonna do a Tron 3 right away. It did well enough that they were like, let's start working on Tron 3. It got delayed for a little bit because the director, they wanted Joseph Krasinski to come back and do the next one, but he went off to do Oblivion. So he was going to come back and do Tron later. But but then Disney bought Star Wars. Yeah, budget, $170 million. Box office, $400 million. Now, $200 million for like is not a bad payoff for a blockbuster movie at all. It's not amazing. It's not like Avengers money at all, but it's nothing to sneeze at. The problem was that the Avengers movies were doing as well as they were, and then they bought Star Wars, and they were like, well, we're going to do a Star Wars movie every single year until the end of time, so there's just nowhere in our lineup for Tron. So they canceled it. The audience for Tron and Fortnite are not the same generation. Okay, Ninja Bunny, when you're right. I didn't think about it that way. You are correct. Oh, Legacy should have been even bigger than it was. And there should have been a sequel right away. And it should have been a huge deal. But they were like, we gotta make Rogue One. Tron 3 should have come out when Rogue One came out. They should have just canceled that crap. They should have done the freaking Star Wars movie a year thing. They should have done a Star Wars movie every 3 years. It would have been so easy, even too. Like, it should have been like they get alternating sci-fi Disney blockbusters every Christmas season. Star Wars movie, then Tron movie. Now, I think that's too many Trons. I think 1 or 2 more and I would have been good, thank you, and they shouldn't have been every other year. But, like, I'm just thinking, like cynical asshole Disney businessman. Like, even in his mind, it should be a clear-cut thing. But those clowns thought that they were going to do a Star Wars movie every year and no one was going to get sick of it. Because they're fucking morons. What is Joseph Krasinski even doing these days? Because he ain't working on Tron 3. Right, he directed Top Gun Maverick, of course. Yeah, that thing that's sitting in development hell and it's never going to come out. And yet we're getting effing 5 more Avatars. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. God, Joseph Krasinski is really talented, and he's directed so few things. He did I forgot about this. He did the 2 best video game commercials of all time. He did Starry Night for Halo 3, and he did Mad World for Gears of War. The 2 best video game advertisements of all time. My soul died the day I saw Rick Sanchez default dancing to I Have a Dream. Ever thought about doing an FF15 chat? Is this complete mystery? I have said my piece on FF15, my guy. I did the freaking discussion with Joey. I did the rewrite video. I went on Bloody Biscuit's stream and talked about the game for like 4 hours. I've got nothing to say about Final Fantasy 15. I literally read a summary of Dawn of the Future for the first time last week, and it did not change the fact that I have nothing to say about Final Fantasy 15 that I have not already said. In the initial rush of the Disney Plus launch, apparently a Tron series was in development and then got killed. I need to... Where's my freaking season 2 of Tron Uprising, dude? Oh! Ah! It's diving! It's coming back up! It's 4,000 again? It's 3,000? Okay, it's locked again. Well, we need to wrap up the stream anyway. The kilobytes per second died for the first time in like 2 hours. They dove down to 74 for a second there. Video said he won. I downloaded Tron Uprising years ago and still haven't watched it yet. The first, like, 2 episodes of Tron Legacy are rough, and then it gets really good. Legacy is legitimately very good. The only big downside to to Uprising, is because it was on Disney XD, the characters couldn't... This is a weird thing. Tron Uprising had a really weird double standard, where, like, the hero couldn't kill people, but they absolutely did not care about body count. Like, the hero didn't kill people, but other than that, did not give a shit, dude. People died in the dozens in Tron Legacy, as long as the main character didn't kill them. It was wild. If they did a Disney Plus second season, where all bets were off, and Tron and Beck could kill anybody they wanted, I'd be all for it, dude. What about Twilight's this complete mystery? Twilight Sparkle? I mean, she's pretty good. I always kind of preferred Rarity, but, I mean, she's alright. Star Wars Rebels was like that too, says, oh, yes, but the difference is that Star Wars Rebels sucked, and Tron Uprising was pretty good. Oh my god, dude. Frickin' Tron Legacy. Nominated for Best Sound Editing, but lost to Inception. It didn't even get nominated for Best Score in a year when The Social Network won Best Score. Fuck off. Why am I swearing so much? I guess maybe I swear more when I'm tired. Maybe that's the problem. I need to stop doing streams at night so I don't swear so much. What about Twilight Princess, Jacob? I have no strong opinions on Twilight Princess. I haven't watched a whole playthrough of it. It seems like it's pretty good, but I'm not too bent out of shape over that game one way or the other. A bit too much energy for me right now. I'll keep that on, that's fine. The music in Twilight is good there, says Circo Duck. Do you mean like the freaking... I can't pull it up because it got taken down. Cosmonaut Variety Hour's watch of Twilight. In the first video, Marcus says, like, the score of this movie is actually pretty good. The licensed music, not so much. The scores, and then it zooms in on Veronica, and the sound goes out and suspense music rises. Marcus is like, "What, Veronica?" It's so good. I went and saved. I don't think I ever got a copy of their watch of Twilight, which sucks because that video is so good. And in a panic the other day, I realized it had been taken down, and I saved their viewings of Breaking Dawn, Eclipse, and New Moon. I think I said those in literally reverse order, but I don't care. Ninja Bunny, Social Network is such a bad movie. I mean, it's well made, but, like, I haven't seen it since it came out. Do they smooch in Tron Uprising, says Crossburn? Not really, but that's because they don't really smooch in Tron. The programs don't really know what smooching is. Jeff Bridges smooches someone at the ending of original Tron, and it comes out of absolutely nowhere, and it's one of the weirdest things in that already weird movie. But people, I don't think programs know what smooches are. Wait, hold on. Do Sam and Korra smooch in Tron Legacy? I don't think Sam and Korra smooch. Nah, they don't smooch. They don't smooch. I'm sure they smooched at some point shortly after the credits rolled, though. Do they smooch in Twilight? I don't think Twilight ever smooched anybody. She did have a boyfriend later on. I think his name was Shining Armor. I didn't watch the show that long. She went to the human world for a while, right? And she met a boy there who she was into, and then she had to return to her Equestria. And then she met a pony called Shining Armor, who I think had the same voice actor. And I think it was implied that, like, ooh, but that was in the Equestria Girls movie, and I don't know if he ever came back. It might have just been, like, to round out the film. I don't know if he ever came back or not, because I wasn't watching the show anymore. I don't know what, because there was also a Twilight in the Equestria Girls dimension who transfers to the main school where all the other characters are, and she's like, she's like a, another version of Twilight, who hasn't gone through her character arc yet. And I'm not sure, how did the other characters, because they all knew a Twilight from another dimension. How did they react when the other Twilight showed up? I wonder, because there was a whole separate Equestria Girls TV show. I wonder how that worked out. That was probably a weird situation. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think anybody really smooched in MLP. There's like some like neck nuzzling at some points, I think, but I don't think anybody ever smooched. I have a clip of 2 characters smooching in Uprising, Jacob. Do you want to call my bluff or... Nah, I'm not going to call your bluff. I believe you. If you say somebody smooched in Uprising, I believe you. I haven't watched it since it aired. Shining Armor is her brother, you weirdo? Oh, I'm thinking of the Jenny Nicholson version of MLP. I always wanted my own brother. But then when one showed up at my door, I didn't question where he came from. I wasn't lonely anymore. Soon we did everything together. He taught me how to fly a kite. I watched him grow into a stallion. I watched him sleep in bed at night. It's not creepy, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. But then he signed that record label. A cute quintet, a boyish sound. But now that everybody loves him, I'm just a face out in the crowd. I threw myself into my studies to have the world in my control. I'll vaporize the competition. Nobody understands me. It's not evil. I gave you my heart and then you turned around. I gave you my heart and then you turned around. Twilight means please make this song end. We're a bunch of floating heads. Please take it from me, I know you'll come around. Though our law forbids it, this is kismet. Say I do and seal our souls forever. Voulez-vous, our love will last forever. Since we're not related, it'll be okay. Twilight, that was the creepiest goddamn thing I've ever heard. God, is that still on the internet, or did that all get taken down? Is Friendship is Witchcraft still up, or is that all gone? That was the best. That was the best thing. I know there was another like pony who was like in the Royal Guard. He shows up at the ending of the Equestria Girls movie. All right, okay, they have all been re-uploaded. Good, they're all saved. Friendship is Witchcraft is still out there. Good, 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 good. I thought I'd never heard the song before until that ending bit. It's a good song, dude. The songs in Friendship is Witchcraft are like phenomenal. I think that they like some of them became like TikTok trends a couple years ago or something. I remember Jenny Nicholson talking about like that the freaking the Gypsy Magic song became like a TikTok trend that she felt really bad about because she was like freaking out about how gypsy is a slur, which is like, I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. The way that, and also it was like a black comedy, so I think it's fine. You should have called my bluff because I didn't even Google it. What about the new MLP show, says Ninja Bunny? So there's a new show, there's also like a new movie, right, to like set up the new show? I don't know anything about it. I watched Jenny Nicholson's video where she pitched her own follow-up show, and I was so into it. Thoughts on Chris Chan declaring the apocalypse is going to happen because MLP Generation 5 not being canceled? Did that happen? Well, I mean, you know, I'm not too concerned about Chris Chan's opinion on anything, frankly. Unless he wants to tell me how the prison food tastes, then I'd care what his opinion is. Because he has first-hand experience on that. Not he, they. Friendship is Witchcraft is legitimately one of the best abridged series I've ever seen. Like SAO abridged is impressive because it makes SAO into a good show. Like it takes the characters deeply seriously, completely reworks them all, and it's like a legitimately good show. It's a better dramatic show, better comedy show. It's a better show than original SAO. Friendship is Witchcraft is probably one of my favorite parodies, though. It's so funny. It's so good, dude. That was right at the end, the freaking incest episode. Since we're not related, it's not a big deal that I'm attracted to him. I wonder whatever happened to the guy who did that with her. Who did some of the vocals, who did some of the male voices, though she voiced most of the characters, and help with the music. I wonder whatever happened to him. Because there was some damn good music in Friendship is Witchcraft. Like, unironically, there was some really good music in that show. Boy, oh boy, that was a time when frickin' Friendship is Witchcraft was coming out. That was, I think I probably got out of Friendship is Magic around the same time that stopped. When did episode 9 of French? This is probably no, maybe this isn't a re-upload. I wonder. I can get original release date. I bet it lines up pretty closely with when I quit. The Cult of Smooze. We're here to talk about robots, kids. Circa 2013-ish. Because I only watched Friendship is Magic, like, even semi-regularly through Season 2. Then I quit. When did Season 2 air? 2012? What happens in Season 3? Did I watch any of this? No, I didn't watch any of this. I didn't watch any of that crap. I guess I quit at the end of Season 2. I want to say her Friendship is Witchcraft story is in the last BronyCon video. Yes, that's correct. Because I think a lot of Jenny Nicholson's audience doesn't know that she did that crap. Because that was, it was a while before she became successful doing the new stuff that she does. So she, basically said, the reason I know all this stuff is because I was a minor celebrity in that fan base. Worthy enough of being impersonated. She talks about, someone was pretending to be her at cons. It's wild. Wasn't Discord in Season 3? No, Discord was in the beginning of Season 2. I know because I saw that. I actually know that guy. It's so good to remember such embarrassing things for another person. I hold so much power over him. See, like, I cannot be defeated by liking MLP. I'll state openly that I watched and enjoyed most of the first 2 seasons, and this does not harm me whatsoever. I cannot be hurt by this information. The truth can only set me free. Ah, boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's very late. We shouldn't even be doing this. We shouldn't have done this in the first place. I should have quit. I should have quit when we were having the technical difficulties in the first place. I don't know why we're still doing it at all. Gosh. What's next in the playlist? That's a better track. Well, maybe not better, but something I prefer to listen to. It's more chill. More chill, because it's late in the night. I gasped when I found out the lady who makes fun of fandom shit is the Friendship is Witchcraft creator watching the BronyCon video. You didn't know that beforehand? I don't know. I think I knew who she was, because I watched, like... Because she did, like, behind the scenes. Like, I knew her name from when Friendship was Witchcraft, because she said her name, and, like, I'm pretty sure anyway, and... She did a panel where she and Griffin, her creative partner on that, read the script for what would have been the final, like, the next episode. It was kind of a joke, because the script was like, there's no way they could have produced this, like, using the footage from the show. So it's kind of a joke. It's like, I knew what she looked like, I knew what she sounded like, and when I found her, like, doing, you know, just like, her under, just YouTube name under the name of Jenny Nicholson, I was like, oh, it's her! Yeah, cool. I'm glad she's doing other stuff. I'm glad she's finding other success. I love Jenny, she's great. I still haven't even watched Frozen 2. Her pitch for Frozen 2 is great, though. I love her little, like, I'm just gonna improvise a Frozen... not improvise. Here's my pitch for how Frozen 2 should go. Ah, boy. My throat's killing me. My voice is killing me. This is not good. I think I hurt myself tonight. Hurt myself today. Probably shouldn't have sung It'll Be Okay when my throat was already hurting like 2 hours ago. Gave you my heart and then you turn around. Very good way to spend the rest of the day when I woke up at 4 p.m. Okay, well, yeah. I thought for a second I was reading that as 4 a.m. and I was like, God, you must be loony now. But then I realized 4 p.m. I was like, oh, all right, well, whatever. I guess you do you. You conduct your business as you see fit. No one can tell you otherwise. What a disaster this was. Well, I don't know. I'll try streaming again sometime this coming week. I don't know or care. I got other stuff to do. Like I said, I started editing freaking fanfiction discussion with Aiden today, and I gotta actually work on that now. By the way, if we haven't said this already, do not take our discussion of fanfiction as an invitation of like, let's send Jacob fanfiction to read, because I don't like fanfiction. I'm reading one fanfiction. No, that was yesterday, lol. Oh, well, you woke up at 4 a.m. yesterday. Got it. All right. I was like, you woke up at 4 p.m. yesterday and you're still awake? I got it. All right. Day before or whatever it is. Yeah. I follow. Boy, oh boy. I went 32 hours. Oh, it was yesterday. I went 32 hours without sleeping is what I'm saying. Good job. Congratulations. 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 Bum, 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 bum. This track's really good. It's quite good. This is the track that plays during the boss fight with Yozora in the Remind DLC. This is a really good song. This is one of the best compositions in Kingdom Hearts 3. Maybe that's not saying much, but no, Crossburn, you cannot send me your fan. I mean, I guess technically you could send it. I ain't gonna read it though, so you'd be wasting your time. Jacob, I found a fanfic where the ending of Final Fantasy 13-3, but the new world was Harry Potter. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, that's so good. That's primo. Oh, man, that's so good. Lightning got reincarnated as Harry and Hope is Hermione. You're fucking with me now. That's not true. You're making this up. That's not true. This is you being awake for 32 hours. You're making that up. I just started, so it's currently at 6 words. Oh, just go ahead. Why don't you just copy paste him into the chat then, my guy. You're lying. You're making that up now, Ninja Bunny. That's not what happened. That's not true. They did not get reincarnated as Harry and Hermione. Unless it's like a one chapter like crack joke. It's a ship fic. There's a casual version of this theme that plays in the photo mode, and it's really good. I didn't know about that. I need to get that. I didn't know that track existed. Thanks for the tip, Bobcat. I need that. I need that in my... a fine addition to my collection. It's there. I'm not looking. I'm not going to look, so I'm just going to... I'm going to firmly believe that you're making that up. This is one by the tracks by Yoko Shimomura, right? Because they had other composers do most of the music in Base KH3, right? It's Shimomura and 2 other guys did kind of share duties now. I wouldn't say that they did most of the... I wouldn't say that... They did most of the work by virtue of the fact that it seems like it's pretty evenly distributed. Like, each of them took a third of the workload. So, yeah, she does the smallest third if you consider the other 2 guys to be one non-Yoko Shimomura entity. Does Harry play Mario 64 in it? Too late, I already closed my notepad document when you said you wouldn't read it. Oh well, I'll get over it. Am I gonna create my own movie, says Complete Mystery? No. Making a movie costs a lot of money. You gotta have a script, and you gotta have a ton of money to hire people, and build sets, and buy equipment. I'm not gonna make a movie. No. No way, Jose. I'm not gonna make my own movie. I have a real job. I'm not gonna make a movie. It's called a reincarnation crystallized. Shit. 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 Shit, shit, shit. There's 1 chapter so far. Okay, only 1 chapter, so it's... Okay, no. The summary says original post from fanfiction.net, May 23rd, 2014. So it's not like it's unfinished and still working on it. It was 1 chapter was written in 2014, and then it was abandoned. Incredible. Incredible. It's not real. It doesn't have 1 chapter so far. It had 1 chapter and was abandoned. That's a big difference. It's hard to say since the main song that plays in Cage 3 is wind sound effects. Is it really that bad in Cage 3? I think that's a big problem in 2, but I'm not sure that's a huge problem in 3. I think there's usually music in cutscenes, isn't there? I don't know. I haven't looked at that game since I finished editing it for the playthrough, really, so I wouldn't know for sure. It's a real OST, and it's just called Shibuya. It'll probably be the field theme in the next Cage. It's just called Shibuya? Thanks, Bobcat. I'm going to look that up as soon as I wrap this up, because I need that track. Research Jacob runs was a bold. There, I recreated my fanfic for you. Do you like it? I guess I can be bold sometimes. Yeah, I don't think the wind sound effects is a big problem. And there's some weird 13 fix out there. Oh yeah, 13 hit the wrong people at the wrong time and generated a lot of crap. I think we gotta stop, folks. I should have stopped 2 hours ago because this is pointless. We gotta quit. Goodbye, everybody.